Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 20, 2014 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please. Jane?
Member Bennett?
Here.
Member Brindle?
Here.
Member Sprague?
Here.
Member Swenson?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the form of meeting agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next is the consent agenda. There are 8 items on the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Someone want to move the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the items on the consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And we will move into the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. First one this evening is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reports. I bet you never even knew that there was such a category. The 2012 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report issued, the Certificate of Achievement issued by the Government Finance Officers Association, and our Director of Finance is here somewhere. There he is, John Wallen. And John, we got a beautiful plaque here presented to the city, Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, presented to the city of Edina, Minnesota. And you want to come up and talk a little bit about the award? And we can even do a photo. I'll hand this to you. Congratulations to you and your team. Eric is back there. Eric, stand up, would you please? All right, that's our financial reporting team, or keep us in the AAA status. So, AAA bond rating status. John, go ahead.
Thank you for this. Eric is instrumental in getting this started a number of years ago, and continuing to pursue that the city qualifies and gets this certificate. So a lot of thanks go out to him for all the work he does throughout the year. Also, the city's accountant, Kyle Sawyer, he does a lot of the work papers associated with this, as well as the rest of the finance team, and of course everybody within the city staff has a role, from contract administration to city clerk to a number of others that all help put this together. And with that, thanks go out to a whole lot of people.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, John.
Yeah.
You want a photo?
Your Honor, while you get ready to do the photo with these guys, I just want to say a couple words. You know, that I think that the public finance system that we work under is one that is very public. It's very open. Everything that we do is open to public transparency. These guys account for about $90 million of spending every year. It's something that's very complex in terms of the number of funds, federal funds, state funds, county funds, private dollars, gifts, donations, public utilities. All those sorts of different funding mechanisms that run through our books are really make for quite a complex financial environment. And John and Eric and Kyle and their staff do really a wonderful job, and this recognition is really very deserving for them.
Good, thanks. All right, the next matter on the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda is Proclamation Preservation Month, May 2014. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas New Age of Preservation, Embark, Inspire, Engage is the theme for National Preservation Month 2014, co-sponsored by the Edina Heritage Preservation Board and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now therefore we, the City Council of the City of Edina, do proclaim May 2014 as Preservation Month and call upon the people of Edina to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Ms. Repia from our staff, you want to accept the proclamation and talk a little bit about Preservation Month, or I think you've got some folks with you that are going to speak to it. You can introduce them as well.
Thank you. Mayor Hovland and members of the council, May is always a great time for the Heritage Preservation Board because, as the proclamation stated, this is Preservation Month. And this is the time when we really take extra efforts to educate the public about that which makes Edina special, our history. And one of the special things we've done since 2003 is have a Heritage Award. And this is for recognizing, sometimes it's been a neighborhood, we've done churches, we've done the Convention Girls, Southdale, but we've recognized, and residential properties that have really gone above and beyond in preserving their heritage. And this evening, we have a very special Heritage Award, and Bob Moore, a member of the Heritage Preservation Board, will be making that presentation this evening. Bob?
All right, Bob, do you want me to hand you the plaque?
I'll let you do
All
that
right, okay.
afterwards. Thanks.
Jennifer? She's with me.
The Edina Heritage Award is presented annually during Preservation Month to recognize outstanding preservation, rehabilitation, or restoration of a property in Edina. This year, the Heritage Preservation Board is pleased to present the award to the Arthur Erickson House, recognizing that the preservation that has embraced the home's original mid-century architecture and its unique original design elements. Built on a prairie-like lot in what is now the Parkwood Knolls neighborhood, the house was custom designed and built for Mr. Erickson and his family. Mr. Erickson passed away in 1966, only able to enjoy his house for 16 years. However, his widow Elsie continued living in the house until the late 1970s, when she sold the house to Arthur's nephew, Donovan Erickson. In 1996, Donovan and his wife Beth sold the house to the current owners, Linda and Brian Tell. This is the original building permit application that we found in the City of Edina property file, dated November 9th, 1950. The contract price is $55,000. The building permit fee is $46. A little background on Mr. Erickson. Arthur Erickson and his brother Alfred were among many brothers in the family's Erickson Petroleum Company. Arthur and Alfred started the Holiday Stations and would later build 4 Holiday Village Plus stores in the Minneapolis area, which were sold to Cub Foods in the 1990s. The Holiday Station stores continue to be a privately held company based in Bloomington. This is the architect of the Erickson home. His professional name was Lloyd Wright. His actual name was Frank Lloyd Wright, Jr. Born in 1890, he started working for his father in 1919 on the Imperial Hotel in Japan. In 1920, he began his independent career. In 1922, he was a production designer at Paramount Studios, responsible for the extensive castle and 12th century village sets for the Douglas Fairbanks version of Robin Hood. Wright designed and built a number of houses in the Hollywood and Los Feliz districts of Los Angeles in the mid to late 1920s. He also designed the second and third bandshells for the Hollywood Bowl in 1926 and 1927. His best-known project is the Wayfarers Chapel, also known as the Glass Church, an indoor-outdoor structure made almost entirely of glass and built in 1951 overlooking the Pacific Ocean on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. The Erickson brothers hired Wright as they both liked their friend P.J. Healy's house that Wright designed in Southern California in 1949. These are 2 houses of the architect's few works built outside of California. Fortunately for Edina, Arthur's house remained in his family for many years and was purchased by the Tells in 1996. Alfred's house, which was across the pond at 5408 Stoddard Circle, was sold out of the family in 1998 and subsequently torn down. Like the Healy house, these designs are of low-slung, single-story ranch homes with customized features. With triangular eaves and a rather organic Z-shape, this house blends perfectly with its lot. Wright designed originally on a 2.5-acre, 3-parcel treed lot on a hill with a park-like setting. The house was constructed of stone, brick, wood, and glass. Wright designed the house to be situated perfectly on the lot in order to capture the most direct winter sunlight and in the summer, the most possible shade. Wright designed this west hallway with V-shaped frameless windows. Each window sits between 2 stone columns. The 90-degree angled windows allow for each glass pane to capture a different direct sun angle. And also on this one, you can see on the chimney the same column design that is seen between the windows. This is the front, the main hallway looking down from on the inside from on the outside where the previous picture was taken. Each window contains a planter. Many still have the original ficus trees that were installed when the Ericksons moved in. Each planter has its own original irrigation system with convenient levers to allow for easy watering. Also in this photograph, you can see the cove ceilings with the indirect lighting. This is the front entry into the living room. It shows the cove ceiling detail with dental molding that is repeated throughout the house, the original whitewashed Honduran mahogany woodwork, and repeating the stone detail seen in columns down the hallway, as well as on the fireplace wall in the living room. On the left side of the fireplace wall, you can see the same rounded edge used in the stone columns throughout the house. This is the living room, which shows the fireplace, the banquette, more of the coved ceiling and dental molding details, and a unique screen detail. These are wheat sheaves. Lloyd Wright designed these specifically for this house, being it was built in the Midwest with reference to the fields and prairies. Another interior shot. The left photo is looking out the hallway windows with the round stone columns with the glass panels extending into the stonework. Also, you can see the coved and indirect lighting. The middle photo is more planter detail with indirect lighting detail, and you can see the dental work in the office molding. And the photo on the right is the original light fixture, one of the original light fixtures designed by Lloyd Wright. Other retained and preserved features of the home include the original bathroom fixtures, sinks, toilets, tubs, showers, and coordinating original bathroom tiles. Some are in pink and brick red. The powder room off the front entry still retains the original mint green fixtures and tiles. The mudroom laundry room is off the kitchen as originally designed in 1950, and a fallout shelter was added by the Ericksons in 1962 at the height of the Cold War. Some of the details of the updating the tells have completed. They have completed some mechanical updates, corrections to the central air, and also a highly efficient heating system. They remodeled and updated the kitchen, which fits in wonderfully with the original house concept, keeping the same dental molding used throughout the house. And in talking to the Tells, it's been interesting to hear some of the challenges they've had, where if they need a plumber will come out and it'll be this young man of 25, and he will come in and take a look at what he thinks he needs to fix and doesn't have a clue as to what it is. So the Tells have told me that, you know, when they talk to contractors or people to come out to fix the house, that there needs to be somebody with a small frame because of the tight spaces, and somebody old who knows some familiarity to what they're working on. So although this residence is referred to as the Arthur Erickson House, it's also the Linda and Brian Tell home. They've raised a family here. They entertain here. They have been great preservationists of this Edina gem, whether it's the interior spaces like their living room, exterior spaces, and you can note the planter that has the same stone design that was featured on the chimney. Here in the summertime and also in the wintertime, they are great champions of living a 21st century lifestyle in a truly unique, beautifully preserved mid-20th century home. For those that are interested, there is a great book on Lloyd Wright called Lloyd Wright, The Architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright Jr. by Alan Weintraub. It was published in 1998. Features photographs, renderings, and a list of the roughly 360 Lloyd Wright projects he worked on before his death in 1978. So with that, the 2014 Preservation Month provides the perfect opportunity for our city to celebrate the Arthur Erickson House, recognizing the wonderful preservation of the original Lloyd Wright concept and plans. Edina is truly fortunate to have such a wonderfully preserved masterpiece in our community, and helping us celebrate this evening, we do have the current owners with us tonight, here to accept the 2014 Edina Heritage Award.
Well, I've got the award here, and it is presented to the Arthur Erickson House, 5501 Londonderry Road, owners Brian and Linda Tell. Congratulations. Thank you for your preservation efforts. May 20, 2014, recognized for excellence in preservation. So it's a beautiful, beautiful home. So let's walk up here, I think.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, if you care to comment on the home? You're certainly welcome to. If you want to just
Well, just to say that it has been, how long have we been there? 15 years? At least 20, almost, well, more. It is a challenge, and I think, as has been said, it's difficult to get young craftsmen to come in and really appreciate, what they're looking at when they do the work. And for us, we've tried to keep it, as true as possible, and yet maintain the character. When Arthur Erickson built it in 1950, or had it built in 1950, it was super high tech. I mean, for those days, every electrical switch is low voltage. In other words, you can change the lighting from the other end of the house, from one end of the house, because there are relays, which at that time was really high tech. So we're trying to keep it as high tech for 2015 as possible, and yet true to the style.
Thank you. All right, we've got one other item in this portion of the agenda. Before we get to the Speak Up Edina presentation, it's the 2014 Emergency Medical Services Week proclamation, and Chief Schmitz is here to receive that along with some of his staff. And I'll read that. Come on forward, Chief. I'll read this as you're walking up, and if you want to bring some of the guys with you, go ahead.
Come on, come
Hang
on.
it in the back.
Come on.
Shy bunch.
Hey, saving lives every day, but a little bit too bashful about coming up here. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas emergency medical services teams of the Edina Fire and Police Departments are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival rate and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas emergency medical services providers have traditionally served as the safety net of America's healthcare system. And whereas emergency medical services responders of the Edina Fire and Police Departments engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas the citizens of the city of Edina benefit daily from the knowledge and skills of these highly trained individuals. And whereas injury prevention and the appropriate use of the emergency medical services system will help reduce health care costs. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of the Edina Police and Edina Fire emergency medical personnel who serve to protect us. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the City of Edina City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th to the 24th, 2014 as the Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Edina to honor and recognize the valuable contributions made by the Edina emergency medical services providers to the health and well-being of our citizens. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation for Emergency Medical Services Week. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. Chief, I'll hand this to you, and then why don't you speak a little bit about the week? Yeah, we'll get them up here.
They do report to you, right?
Mayor, Council, thank you very much for signing the proclamation. It's a week for us to bring a recognition and dedication, or the dedication that these EMTs and paramedics make, firefighters and paramedics, every single day. Last year, the fire department, the ambulance service ran a little over 3,800 runs That doesn't include a lot of other emergency calls that they go to. So they're on duty 24/7, and the service that Edina gets from the paramedics is outstanding. I think probably some of the top in the metropolitan area, if not the country.
Good. So, and you might comment for many of the people in the audience, they may not realize that a couple of years ago, the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta did a study.
Correct.
As to where in the United States are you most likely to survive a cardiac event. Turns out it's Edina.
Edina.
You're 232 times more likely to survive a cardiac event in Edina than the average city in the United States, and that's true in large part because of the true in part because of the skills of these guys back here, and also our relationship with Fairview Southdale Medical Center, which has been terrific over the years. So, right. Chief, you want to come forward?
Come on up, guys.
Just get one more. Thanks.
We're next going to move on to the public hearing. No, excuse me. We're going to go do the Speak Up Edina presentation. Jordan's going to talk about beekeeping in the city of Edina and the work that he did in gathering information on bees. And you might tell folks why you did that.
Sure. Yeah.
And why not chickens?
Thank you, Mayor and City
We hear
Council.
that.
I'm here to present the April discussion from Speak Up Edina, which in April was on beekeeping. As a reminder, civic engagement is part of the City Council's 6 strategic priorities for 2014. So we're doing a new discussion every month throughout the rest of this year to see what residents think about different issues throughout the city. In April, again, we talked about beekeeping, and we asked several questions, including whether or not people support beekeeping, what types of limitations, if any, should be placed on those who keep bees, if permits should be required, and how the city should handle any sort of complaints or potential health hazards such as bee-related allergies. The discussion was open for just a little bit more than a month, from March 31st to May 2nd. 72 comments were made. The site had 766 unique visitors, a little over 1,000 total visits, about 4,500 page views. 42% of visitors came more than once, and about 43% of visitors were from Edina, so that shows that there is greater interest in this topic for Edina throughout more than just in Edina. However, the majority of the comments, as you can see from the map, that were made from Edina residents. In this discussion, there was overwhelming support for beekeeping. Almost all of the comments, except maybe 3 or 4, were in support of beekeeping, citing anything from we need them for survival, for our foods, we need them for pollination and for plant yields. Other cities, somebody cited that all of the border cities of Edina allow beekeeping. There are numerous environmental, health, and educational benefits. It honors Edina's heritage of agriculture, and somebody also said that it's short-sighted for Edina to call itself a green city and prohibit this type of an activity. It was cited that bees are bred to be non-aggressive and they hardly sting, and sometimes can be confused with wasps and hornets that do and are easily provoked. And that residents should be more educated about the use of pesticides and other sort of chemicals that are contributing to the collapse in the bee colonies. Those who did not support say that they have bee allergies that can be life-threatening, that bees and kids don't mix. It was fine when it was large green pastures throughout town, but that's not the case anymore. And again, severe allergies might not be able to be outside if a neighbor were to have bees. Any questions on this discussion?
Questions?
Yes.
Member Sprague.
I just have a question back to registration on the blog site. Is there a way to indicate whether they're a resident or not?
There is. The site, I think it requires an address, a street address, or at least a city name to register for the site. So in the map here, it shows that all but 2 people who commented lived in Edina. The other 2 lived, looks like, Northeast Minneapolis and one in St. Paul.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Very interesting data, I thought.
And then our current, I'm sorry.
Member Bennett.
Just following up on the topic, it appears that the Energy and Environment Commission has a working group that's been working on this and had a presentation earlier.
Sure.
And will we see the results of their work? Does anybody know what the update is?
I don't know about that, but we'll check on that and report back to the council.
Thank you.
You know, for people who are concerned about what does cause harm to bees, there, and I don't have the list with me, of the chemicals, the additives to soil when you buy a plant somewhere. There are lists, though, that you can get. And so when you go and you look at soil to add to your garden or to your lawn, or when you go to buy a plant somewhere, you can find out if certain of these additives have been added to the soil to keep out weeds, to keep out pests. Some of those will also keep out bees and will actually be harmful to bees, which is part of the reason why we are where we are, is we've become a clean soil community, so clean that we've harmed our bees. So if you're interested in this, and this is something that you'd like to see the bee population, whether you keep bees and plan to keep bees on your property or not, but just in what you use in your own property, that information is available. And we certainly could make that list available as well on the city website, because that information is available.
Thank you, Member.
Just a note on that, one of the main chemicals that is used that is harmful to bees is this one right here. I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I don't think I can.
Neonicotinoids?
Thank you.
If you ask any small nursery all the way up to Bachman's right now if they use that in growing their plants, if they can't tell you if they use it or not, you can assume they probably do. But for instance, Bachman's has a huge sign. Highland Nursery was offended I even asked. I did a survey. Sunnyside doesn't use it. So, I mean, there's some good information that's already out there that are making people do different things when they grow new plants.
Commenters also cited visiting the Arboretum's website, or the U of M has a bee lab. They have a lot of useful information there, too.
I will say, too, the Parks Department has a turf management policy that restricts the use of certain pesticides in certain park areas. So if anyone's interested, that's online as well.
Well, your presentation is timely. We've got a wonderful segue here to a couple of our young residents from Southview Middle School, Ellie Carlson and Sarah Higgins, that are going to make a presentation this evening. Where are those young ladies? Oh, here. Welcome, ladies. And when you come up, why don't you identify yourself and give us your home address so that we have that for the record.
Okay. I'm Eleanor Carlson, and I live at 4619 Arden Avenue.
I'm Sarah Higgins, and I live at 4817 Towns Road. We're both 9th grade students at Southview Middle School, and we're here to talk about honeybees in Edina.
And we are glad that you have already touched on this subject, and we would also like to talk about it. So thank you so much for having us. We looked over the Speak Up Edina and the comments that people made, and we agreed with a lot of them. It's really awesome to see that a lot more people are interested in helping the bees. So here are some statistics. These graphs show the number of colonies in the United States. As you can see, there is a steady decline. On the graph on the left, it shows that ever since the 1950s, the amount of pollinating bee colonies have decreased. The graph at the right shows that the bee population in 1947 was at 5.9 million. Now it is at 1.8 million. In less than 70 years, the bee population has decreased by 2.3 million.
These drastic changes are caused by chemicals people use on their gardens, their loss of habitat, and air pollution. More than 30 to 90% of honeybees die each year due to these causes. This is a major problem for farmers and all gardeners. Bees are crucial to the growth and health of agricultural crops and all of nature. Without honeybees, flowers would not bloom, vegetables would not grow, and no honey would be made. If bees went extinct, we would lose 1/3 of our food and also $14 billion in crops.
We want to make sure that this doesn't happen. We would like to propose a few things for the council to consider. First, that beekeeping would become legal in the residential areas of Edina. Minneapolis, which is an even denser city than Edina, has already legalized beekeeping. So why not us? Secondly, we would like to extend an invitation to all Edina citizens to plant bee-friendly gardens. We would like to also get approval from the council to plant gardens around the city, on the edges of parks, in the boulevards, and in the roundabouts and roads. Thirdly, we would like to see pesticides and extremely dangerous chemicals limited. Chemicals and pesticides are the #1 killer of honeybees in America. We believe that these 3 steps will help slow the death rate of honeybees. We do, however, understand that there must be some regulations on beekeeping, especially in residential areas. We think that beekeepers should be required to have a permit so that they know the work that they're getting into and that they can take good care of the bees.
We believe that the community can help us too, educating others about the importance of bees, what they do for us, and what is happening to them. And you can support beekeeping in Edina. Here are some pictures of residential or urban beekeeping. These are some of our friends that live in a residential area. And as you can see, the man is not wearing any protection or like any protective gear because the bees only sting if they're extremely aggravated and they are not harmful or hostile. Thank you for receiving us and for your consideration. We really appreciate it. And we hope you can check out our website because there's much more information. You can find out how you can help. You can find out what we're doing to help the bees. And thank you for listening.
All right. If you hold on a moment, ladies, I'll see if anyone on the council has a question for either one of you. Eleanor or Sarah, any questions for them?
You did a very good
job.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Was it fun to do?
It was.
Did you learn a lot?
We did.
Good. Well, then you can add that to your lives. Thank you very much.
And we're continuing the service project, so we will continue to find more information about the bees, see what else we can do. We're really working at it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to move into the public hearing portion of the agenda. First public hearing before us this evening are some proposed alley improvements. Director Milner has this matter.
Mayor, member of the council, Chad Milner, Director of Engineering. Next is the public improvement hearing for the 2014 alley improvements. Improvement numbers A257 and A258. So improvement number A257, which was petitioned by a resident, includes the alley between 55th Street and 56th Street between York and Xerxes Avenue. There's 26 properties located in an alley, and 14 of the residents signed the original petition. We would remove the old pavement, grade and shape the alley, and place new bituminous pavement down that alley. When we were looking at this alley, we looked at the alley just to the north, which is between 54th Street and 55th Street. The condition of the pavement is in the very same shape as the one to the south, so staff added that to this study. Here we have 25 properties, and again, we'd remove that old pavement, shape and grade it, and place the new pavement in that alley. So again, that southern alley was petitioned, the northern alley was not. We just looked at it due to proximity, and we thought we could get some economies of scale for construction if we did them both at the same time. Timeline, November 4th, the petition was received here by council and directed staff to prepare the study. We had a resident informational meeting on April 7th, which was attended by 15 properties from both alleys. We are here tonight on May 20th for the public hearing. So here's some pictures of the existing alleys. Both alleys were constructed in the late 1950s, early 60s. The width is 12 to 14 feet, and there are private driveway entrances off the alley made of various materials. And you can see the pavement condition is in pretty rough shape along these alleys. Here's some more photos of those alleys, and they're pretty rough condition. So some of the issues, there is some minor stormwater drainage that we could address as part of the paving project. Again, very poor condition of that existing pavement. Some landscaping, definitely some driveways along there. It is public right-of-way. There is access to the alley. So some residents use the alley for their driveways and garages and garbage pickup. There's been a few knockdown rebuilds where they've put a fence along the alley and they no longer use the alley. But past practice has been that they could still at any time put a gate in that fence and use that as access. So we still, from our assessments, would assess those residents along the alley. And of course, with construction, there'll be some inconvenience. Shouldn't be too long of a time frame to do these two alleys up here. So our proposed improvements would be, like I mentioned, remove that pavement, replace it roughly to about 12 feet wide, correct some of those minor drainage improvements, and we would also construct a concrete apron down but near 54th Street, which is a gravel road, and that would help protect some of the downslope water drainage like we've had yesterday with all the rain, prevent deterioration of that new pavement right down that downslope to that gravel road. Total estimated project cost for both alleys is $95,000. This includes direct costs, but also for or indirect costs for engineering, some clerical, and some finance costs. The proposed assessments, the southern alley, improvement number A256 has 26 properties or 26 RUs. Property to the north has 25 RUs, so we have a total of 51 RUs in the project. We're basing it, again, on our assessment policy of a residential equivalent unit, which is typically one single-family home. Dividing the project cost by the number of RUs, we get an estimated assessment of $1,800 per RU. And as is typical with other projects, the final assessments will be calculated after we complete the construction. A project schedule, again, November 4th, we received a petition here tonight for the public hearing, and if it gets approved tonight by council, we'd go for bids and award the contract and build it, construct it this summer with the final assessment hearing in the fall of 2015. So staff believes the project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve those alleys per the petition received from those residents, and we recommend council authorize alley improvements numbers A257 and 258 here tonight, and I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Director Milner at this point in time? Sometimes when we, well, not sometimes, but whenever we see a street reconstruction project, you always talk about pavement condition index and the fact that we would like to see our streets at a certain level of performance and condition. And you didn't provide that information with respect to these alleys, but based on your experience, what would you estimate the pavement condition index to be for these particular alleys?
This is probably a 0, at least less than 5, but we don't rate our alleys around town, but this is by far worse than any streets that we have in town, that we do have ratings of 5 or less on our street recons, and they're better than this.
All right, thank you. Other questions for Director Milner at this point in time? All right, thank you. I'm going to open this matter up for a public hearing. If there's anyone who wishes to come forward and testify or inquire regarding this proposed matter, please use one of the side podiums unless you have an overhead that you want to use, and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. I don't see anybody or hear anybody indicating they want to come forward. Is there,
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
we got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. And you must have done an effective job of communicating with the residents, I'd say. You got
Well, we did get a couple letters from people that weren't very excited about spending this on a driveway, but I think it's an important project, and I'm going to move this project.
I'll second.
we got a motion and a second to approve the alley improvements, which are A257 and A258 embodied in Resolution 2014-56. Any further discussion?
I have one question. So is the drainage issue confined solely to the alley right of way, or is it seeping into the properties as well?
The drainage issues I mentioned in the presentation is strictly for the alley. We did receive some calls for the 54th Street, which is a gravel road, and there's a lot of water that comes off Xerxes Avenue. So we're looking into that project in a future date, part of our CIP planning right now. But the drainage improvements are just in the alley.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Any other comments, inquiries? We need a roll call on this, please, Ms. Tim.
Member Bennett? Brendel? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right, on to the next matter. Director Teague, you have this, which is a proposed ordinance amendment that would allow the planned unit development concept to be expanded to include single-family residential neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council. Our current city code regulations prohibit R1 properties, R2, and PRD1, all those zoning districts from being considered in a PUD district. What's shown on the screen here is our zoning map, and it's essentially all the areas in white, so that make up primarily the R1 district. When the Planning Commission was considering and drafting the PUD ordinance, we had a lot of discussion as to whether this R1 area should be included. The PUD at that time was a new concept for the city, and in rolling it out and making the recommendation, the Planning Commission wanted to take baby steps in creating this PUD ordinance for the city. So the thought was, in presenting that, is that the PUD ordinance would only impact our high density in our commercial zoning districts. So over the past several years, PUD has proved to be a nice tool for the city, introducing the sketch plan review, and there's been a lot of give and take, especially at that sketch plan review, getting feedback from the Planning Commission and City Council. So the Planning Commission considered, when it reviewed this at its last meeting, in creating this amendment, as recommended by staff, the language is on the screen. The proposed language at that time was, property currently zoned R1, R2, and PRD1 shall not be eligible for a PUD, the current standard, unless it constitutes less than 50% of the total property proposed in a PUD. And we took a look at specific areas in town where that would be impacted. So the map on the screen indicates those areas. So it primarily was excluding R1 districts. Where it would be allowed would be adjacent to, or at least allowed for just consideration of a PUD, adjacent to our existing commercial districts. So we looked at the 50th and France area, some of those single family and R2 properties around that district, and each commercial node within the city. The Planning Commission had some reservations about specifying properties or targeting areas that could be considered for a PUD. So their recommendation actually removes that. So the ordinance that's before the planning or before the City Council strikes that property currently zoned R1, R2, and PRD1 shall not be eligible for a PUD. Some of the findings that the Planning Commission had, again, is that it doesn't target specific areas for developers to seek for PUD consideration. It gives the city a more flexible rezoning tool when considering any rezoning development. It's essentially creating all properties equal within the city. Again, the comprehensive plan still guides density and uses within the city. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the ordinance that's before you. If the council is comfortable with the language as written, you could waive second reading. Otherwise, you could give first reading. So with that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you. Member Bennett has at least one for you.
I have actually several. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Teague, how many of the Planning Commission members attended so it was discussed at 2 meetings, correct? And it looked from the tape and the roll that the people who attended, the commissioners who attended each meeting, were a pretty separate list. Is that correct?
That is correct. We had just 5 at the last Planning Commission
and it was a 4-1 vote?
Correct.
Okay, and were any of those 5 planning commissioners present during the discussion that preceded the council adoption of PUD in December 2010?
Ooh.
I heard them actually say that they weren't, so I'll answer my own question. Were they provided with any copies, any background materials on the discussion that led up to that adoption by the council?
They were not.
Okay, well, I did some research today, and this is what I came up with. So there's actually a lot of material there. And what I found was that the Planning Commission did discuss PUD on several occasions, but they didn't argue about applying it to R1, R2, or PRD1. They always excluded. And there was more than a little discussion at one meeting, but the position was always consistent that they weren't going to recommend it. So I don't find any reference in the minutes at all, and again, spent a fair amount of time on this, to baby steps or to it being, preliminarily introduced to apply to commercial property with a later rollout to residential property. And then also, you said that there was intention that all properties be equal within the city. Would you say that commercial property and residential property are equal?
When I mentioned being equal, that any property could be considered for rezoning.
Yes, I understand that. And in fact, you explained to the Planning Commission at one of the 2 meetings, that it might have been the earlier one, the April one, that in fact even R1 property could be zoned PUD with a 2-step process that you said would probably take about 4 months.
Right, any rezoning is a 2-step process. Correct.
Okay, that it would be rezoned as something else first, requiring that notice, and then rezoned to PUD.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a matter before us, I understand, that's kind of driving the timeline on this consideration. Has there been any other request since PUD was adopted in 2010 to apply it to residential property, again, R1, R2, or PRD1?
We have not.
Okay, so what's in front of us tonight is essentially responding to a single request. Did staff and Planning Commission look at any other way to address that concern other than amending the ordinance?
We haven't considered other options, no.
Okay. Then, with the amendment that was made to the proposed ordinance at the Planning Commission, am I correct in seeing that PUD would now apply to every property in the city?
Well, you could make a request.
You could rezone it,
Correct.
right.
It doesn't mean that the city has to go along with that.
But it wouldn't be a 2-step process anymore. It would simply be...
It would still be a 2-step process.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I mean is it wouldn't be what you described to the Planning Commission as it would simply be able to be preliminary and final rezoning. But that's not the process that I think you were describing.
Oh, correct. What I might have referenced was somebody could make a request to another zoning district, that be rezoned, and then request PUD.
Right. So again, it's not impossible to rezone residential property to PUD. It just requires a more, a little bit longer time and more public consideration right now to do it under existing zoning. And then I have a question for you that's possibly for Attorney Knutson, and that is, if my understanding in looking back at all these notes was that there was a lot of discussion about the different identity of commercial property, and the fact that often when Planning Commission recommended approval of a development proposal and council ultimately approved it, there were all often conditions placed, and that flexibility that you mentioned in your introductory comments, that was something that was very desirable for the city to have, and also to be able to have that clarity in rolling those conditions into a PUD zoning for that particular property. But that's where I asked about sort of the similarity between residential and commercial property, because I don't see that flexibility as something that we necessarily want as a city or that our residents want. With respect to residential zoning, I think people don't expect that there be no change, but I think they expect the change in residential neighborhoods to follow sort of a more defined process, setbacks, front yard setbacks, that kind of thing. I think they want to know that there's some assurance. And so my question is, if we adopt what's before us with any property in the city able to be rezoned PUD, does that mean that a residential property owner could come forward with a proposal to, for instance, demolish and rebuild, and because of the type of design they want to build, and perhaps they're looking at sustainable features and the like, they could request zoning to a PUD in order to be exempt or to obtain, for instance, different setbacks than the zoning code now has?
They could petition or apply to rezone their property for any reason they want. And then you have the discretion to say yes or no. And you can only say yes if it's consistent with your comprehensive plan. But just as a reminder, they could also, anyone can, right now, you could, if I have single-family property, I could ask to have it rezoned industrial if I wanted to. You'd probably turn me down, but anyone can apply for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they could apply.
Thank you.
Member Sprague.
I have a question about the term flexibility as well. My understanding is that the flexibility you refer to is that it gives the city more leverage in a rezoning request to achieve important city objectives, and those are the ones that are listed in the PUD ordinance. So by flexibility, we're talking about actually us having more leverage to achieve certain objectives. The flexibility is what we're going to give them in the form of some type of variance, which we would be giving already through a variance request, correct?
That's correct. A much better way of putting it, yes.
In terms of other communities that use PUD, what are the other communities in the metro doing? Does anyone hold back these types of properties other than Edina?
Yeah, in my experience, and I believe Attorney Knutson mentioned this at Planning Commission, we've not come across another city that precludes certain areas from being considered for a PUD rezoning.
So it's the Edina amendment to the general PUD ordinance that would be adopted. Yep. And with respect to the Edina amendment, so to speak, what is the potential legality of excluding this certain class or classes of property from application of a zoning standard? Is there any legal issue that we could come across if we were to leave it intact?
Since it's so unique, there's been no challenge. As far as I know, Edina is unique in having this provision. Someone could argue it's irrational or arbitrary or something, but nothing jumps up at me that it'd be suspect. I mean, you could have it. You do have it. You haven't been challenged. Whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, I think that's what you're going to decide here tonight.
And then I just wanted to make an observation that's important for the public to know. When a PUD request comes forward, I'm just pulling up the ordinance language here. It says the setback regulation, building coverage, and floor area ratio of the most closely related conventional zoning district shall be considered presumptively appropriate, but may be departed from to accomplish the important goals. And so there would still be a discussion of some comparable or assigned zoning classification, and that comparison would appear in the table that's presented with the PUD request, correct?
That's correct. I include that comparison of what the underlying zoning requires and then what they're proposing as part of the PUD. So we have a basis of where we're starting from. We're presuming that underlying zoning district and those standards.
So with the presumption, it provides some transparency as to how far of a departure the particular applicant is requesting.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Member Brindle.
I kind of went down the same road as Member Sprague. There are areas of Edina where residential comes close to commercial or is adjacent to commercial. And in those areas, possibly having mixed use or a high-density residential building is a way of bridging commercial and residential. And in one situation, which we discussed at our last meeting, you've got two cities that on one side of the street it's Edina, one side of the street is Richfield. If that building is built in Richfield, its setback requirement is only 40 feet. If it's built in Edina, it's a greater setback than that based on height, and this building has a large setback due to that and those requests that we've made. So, looking at how PUD can be used with residential, that's really where I see it being applied, is to allow that buffer zone, if you will, to be a mixed use area, to be a medium to high density area that makes a gradual change rather than the abrupt, I'm in residential, now I'm in commercial change. So I do see it as something that we would use in certain areas, but the great predominance of single-family home areas of Edina, I don't hear that residents want it used there, and I guess if we were presented with a proposal, I'd find it, I'd have to obviously consider it, but I don't know why it'd be necessary.
The areas in the R1 district that you might see it might be church properties. Those all hold R1 zonings.
Understood. That's a good example.
Another question for Attorney Knudsen. I don't recall how many cities you represent, but are there any cities that you have knowledge of that restrict the use of PUD as a tool in an R1, R2, or PRD1 zone?
No, and we represent about 30.
All right.
There
And
are in some
for
cities.
Director Teague, it seems to me that when we went through this whole discussion about adopting PUD, the Plan Unit Development classification, it was to allow us more flexibility for a lot of different reasons. And we delayed implementation because it was new as to residential properties. So here we are now revisiting that. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is.
All right. So we wanted to see how PUD functioned first before we made that next step and went to a discussion about applying it across the board and adding in R1, R2, and PRD1. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. Member Bennett?
Your Honor, with all due respect, that's not consistent with the record. We have minutes from Planning Commission working group discussions dating back for almost the entire year of 2010. We have work session minutes and notes of discussions between the City Council and the Planning Commission. So we have their own minutes, we have their formal meeting minutes, we have our work session minutes, and we have our minutes. And we never once discussed a partial rollout with a full rollout and application to residential property to come. And so I think that's an issue. I think the record is clear on that. And then also notice, if we're changing something so radically, I would think that we would have wanted to notify people better than we did. I know somebody who went online to look at this item found the the previous version, could not find the changed version. I kept saying, no, it's in the packet, it's been changed, with any reference to even percentage removed. So I think we're doing something fairly revolutionary in response to a request for a single development issue with no other request for this change, and I'm really concerned that to do that, we needed to notify the public better that this was the conversation we were going to be having.
All right. I may not have been very clear in the way I expressed myself. I don't disagree with Member Bennett. I don't remember having a conversation saying we'll look at PUD for commercial purposes now, and we'll look at the application of it to residential later.
Right.
But I just remember us dealing with it and sort of inherently understanding that we would probably be facing this issue at some point in time. And I do remember Attorney Knutson telling us that we were unique in this circumstance where we didn't have a broad application of PUD to give the city a lot of flexibility across the board with all different zoning districts. So if I misspoke, my apologies. Member Sprague.
With respect to the standards within the PUD ordinance, am I also to understand that at some point in the future they will be creating more hardline sustainability standards for the ordinance? I know it's an unrelated topic, but it just speaks to the evolution of the ordinance itself.
Yes, that is on our Planning Commission work plan to develop some guidelines and more specifics for what we're looking for in regard to sustainability through the PUD. Right now, we're just suggesting that that sustainability be incorporated into the development, but we'd like to provide some input to specifically what is it that we're really trying to gain from that.
And I think that reflects the learning process that we've been through as we try to apply kind of the best practices from the dais to these projects and realizing we need to incorporate some of these into hard and fast policies to make sure that those objectives are obtained in a reasonable fashion. So thank you for that additional information.
Any other questions or comments relative to Director Teague? We'll open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Please feel free to come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And when you've got 30 seconds left, you'll get a yellow light, so you get a little advance warning there.
Right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Lansing. I'm an attorney at Faegre Baker Daniels, and I'm representing Lennar multifamily communities to urge you to adopt an amendment. We do not, it's not of direct concern to us if it's what's proposed by the Planning Commission or what was originally proposed by staff. But what we do want to relay to you is that either amendment, we believe, is supported and strongly consistent with many of your land use policies. First, the purpose of the PUD zoning, as you've already discussed tonight and is stated in the ordinance, is to allow for more creativity and flexibility as you look at redevelopment in the city. And the current rules that prohibit inclusion of any R1 or other low residential density zoning unnecessarily restrict your ability to shape redevelopment in the city as you see fit. A PUD development may not be necessary or desirable citywide, but there may be other cases, such as the Lennar example, where the ability to include some residential lots will make for a better development, the better transitions as you've described, and may be essential to you achieving your goals for redevelopment. And I think the most important point in response to some concerns that are raised is that this text amendment will not eliminate any control that you have over how the city is zoned or how the comp plan guides for rezoning in the city. A rezoning application or a comp plan amendment, a rezoning application has to be consistent with your existing comprehensive plan guidance. Whether you look at a rezoning or an amendment of the comp plan prior to rezoning, all of those are legislative decisions. They're highly discretionary on your part. They're policy decisions, and no one will have a right to create a PUD in a residential zone or elsewhere in the city unless you find it to be consistent with city policies and goals. With that, unless you have any questions for me, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lansing. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Steve Schwab. I live at 6740 Washburn in Richfield. I wish I always didn't have to go after the attorney. It makes me sound a lot dumber than I am. But anyways, first of all, I'm not against anything that you guys have in place. You guys did a study in 2006 that talked about the spine of the Southdale area. It was a big study. I read the whole thing. And you did a study in 2006 talking about the spine of Southdale and how you wanted to develop it out. It had beautiful pictures, the whole thing. You can go look at that, or I can send it to you. Your comm plan also talks about how your city wants to grow and how you want it to interact with the neighborhoods around it. And you also, what we're dealing with tonight is we're talking about sweeping zoning changes in Edina. We're dealing with 3 issues of going against a study that you did in 2006, changing your comm plan, and then rezoning basically all of Edina. As a business guy, just looking at it from the surface, I have to say, maybe this development isn't right. It just isn't. That being said, you guys are doing I saw the stuff that you're doing on the 7100 block of York. It's a 4-story building. It's got a good setback. It's great. I don't have any problem with that. I'm sympathetic to what you folks are doing and what you need to do. But when all of these changes have to be made to meet one developer, I think it's a flag. We might have to be open to the thought that this development in its current state may not fit what you folks are trying to do long term. Make no mistake, these zoning issues are coming up right now because of this out-of-state developer is trying to put something that doesn't fit in your overall plan and doesn't mix with the neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Did any of those comments cause any questions to arise in any of the council members' minds, or any other comments you want to make?
I will just say that for me, it is this. I'm glad that we're having the discussion now, since PUD has been on the books for a few years and we have some working experience. But to me, it's not important that Lennar is coming forward with this request. I think we should have been doing this review anyhow to see if there's expanded use of PUD that will benefit the city. So maybe it started the conversation, but I don't support it just because, hey, we need to make an accommodation for Lennar. That's how I feel personally. I'm looking at more on a policy level. How does this apply to the rest of the city, and would this be a good move for the city in general? So I support it.
Yep. Thank you. Member Bendel, comment?
Well, speaking specifically of the Lennar project, it is the first project that is entirely residential. That's a PUD, right? Or did we do a PUD on the Southdale apartments? 6,500 France. Did we do a PUD there?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, okay. All right. So it's the second. All right. But I do agree. We do need to further define what we think we want of the PUD as it relates to residential. So this does help. And PUD in its true form is flexible. It does allow flexibility and creativity. So it isn't a rigid format that we have to work within. We use all the setbacks, all the codes in our city, and adjust them as is needed for a particular development. If it's a good idea, then we use the PUD to zone that specific piece of the property specifically for that development. And that's the art of the PUD. So I do support it for those reasons.
Member Bennett and then Member Swenson.
Again, with respect to my colleagues, we have never been known as a city that lacks flexibility and the willingness to meet developers sometimes way down the pike. And I think this is where as Member Sprague referred to a Edina amendment, it wasn't because it wasn't an amendment, it was always part of the discussion, why we were limiting it to commercial, not residential, just not low-density residential or single-family residential, because high-density residential always fit within PUD or was eligible for PUD. But why we made the limitation choice that we made, or that the Planning Commission indeed recommended from its very beginning, was because what we have been known for is the flexibility and the change-ups, and there was a lot of concern about the character of the community changing too quickly, and I think we wanted to provide balance, assurance, and to encourage public trust, and I think that we are violating them by, again, making a change of this magnitude with the lack of request for it and the lack of notice for it.
Member Swenson?
If this were something that was included in a lot of other communities and we were making a change at this time, then I'd have some concerns. But our attorney works with over 30 communities that don't feel the need to have this in it and have used PUD successfully. So I'm comfortable with this change, and I'll move this issue.
You want to move it with waiver of second reading?
Sure.
I'll second.
I've got a motion and a second with a waiver of second reading. It's going to require a 4/5 roll call vote. Member Sprague?
Is this discussion?
Still discussion.
Okay. I'm not going to support waiver of second reading because of what Member Bennett brought up. I think we should pass first reading, let it be out there for 2 more weeks, and then we'll do second reading. So,
friendly amendment?
I'm comfortable with leaving it at first reading. Are you comfortable?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. So we got a motion and a second on a first reading basis. Any further discussion? I concur with my colleagues that are in favor of this matter. I thought Member Swenson made a good point that we've actually been the anomaly in the metro, at least with respect to the communities that Attorney Knudsen represents. So we went slowly on this PUD because we were unsure how it was going to work. But as some of the folks on the Planning Commission noted, including the acting chair at the last meeting, he thinks it's worked phenomenally well in Edina. And I think it will work well for us in the future. So I'm going to support this matter as well.
Your Honor, however, the acting chair was the sole vote against it.
Yeah.
I think that needs to be noted.
I think that was for a particular reason because of the waiver of the
30%. He
was in favor of 30%, not eliminating.
He wanted some limitation.
PUD.
He did not want it applied to every residential property in the city.
All right, roll call. First reading.
Member Sprague?
permission for clarity, this is waiver of second readings included in the motion, is it not?
No.
No, we
we
pulled it
changed
out.
it back to first reading only.
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Nay.
Member Brendel?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right. We'll take comment for those in the audience and also for folks that are listening in for the next 2 weeks. It'll be back in front of us again for second reading. And we encourage anybody that's interested in this issue to correspond with us. So, all right. That is the end of the public hearings for the evening. And now we are into community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to discuss anything with the council that's not on the agenda this evening? Yes, sir. Welcome.
So just my name and address. All right. My name is Jeff
Patrick,
Solberg.
your last name?
My name is Jeff Solberg.
Oh, excuse me.
And I live at 4508 Moreland Avenue. And I am here to talk to you today about the issues with the Browndale Bridge. I have lived in the Country Club District for the past 15 years, and throughout those years, I have never felt comfortable or safe crossing this bridge. This bridge, many of you have probably driven over it, maybe many times, leads into the Country Club District right a block away that way. And in a conversation with Chad Milner, he stated that an average of just under 1,200 cars cross this bridge every single day. And what the problem at hand here is that cars are driving down the middle of the road, which I brought some pictures of. The first picture here I'll pass around is one I took.
Yeah, Jeff, you could put it right in the middle of the table and then they'll...
The keyboard. You can pick up that wireless too.
She'll turn that on for you. There you go.
Okay. Oh.
I think you're muted now. I'm sorry.
Hello? Okay, here we go. All right. So this here is a picture I took myself. I went down to the bridge and within a minute was able to snap a picture of a car driving down the middle of the road. And then this one is actually a screenshot from Google Maps, and you can kind of see the cars driving down the middle of the road. And this can lead to many harms and is mainly caused by a combination of the narrowness of the bridge and a lack of centerline on the bridge. With no centerline on the bridge, a car has literally no guidance when passing this bridge, and oftentimes would not know that they are actually driving down the center until maybe oncoming traffic comes. And that's where some harms come into play. If a car is driving down the center of the road and a car is coming the other way, the car will have to swerve out of the way or pull to the side and run the risk of getting damage to their car, either by the passing car or by the railings on the side here. So by easily finding these two pictures, I feel like it's a good example of how often this actually happens. And with these harms in mind, this solution can be very easily solved, I believe, by adding a center line across this bridge. There, as you can kind of see in this picture, there's a center line on the curve back there, and I believe that that line should be continued because if there is a guideline, people will more easily be able to tell where they should drive across the bridge. The United States Department of Transportation states it would cost anywhere from 6 cents to $2.35, depending on what kind of material you would use per linear foot painted. So money should not be an issue for this, I believe. And I know the red light is on, and if it pleases the council, I'd like to quote some of my neighbors that shared their concerns with me.
Sure, go ahead. We had a little transition delay
thank you.
there, so go ahead.
All right. So, like I said, there's support throughout my community for a center line to be put on this bridge. First one, Bonnie McGrath of Moreland Avenue says, I think having lines painted on the middle of the bridge would be immensely helpful. I noticed that the lines on the curve really have made that curve much safer when two cars are there at the same time. Becky Briggs of Browndale Avenue states, having lived in the country club for 24 years, I have had a number of close calls on this bridge. I agree wholeheartedly that the city should mark the street over the bridge. People make such wide turns, and it can be very dangerous. And last one I have to take up a little time. I have had several, this is Shannon Awesome of Moreland Avenue saying, I have had several instances in which people have been driving up the middle of the bridge, nearly causing an accident, and we agree it would make sense to include a center line. So,
all right, Mr. Solberg. Well, thank you for your concerns.
Thank you.
We'll take it up with the city engineer and traffic safety review folks, and ask them to look at this issue. Thank you, and thank you to the other Mr. Solberg as well. Anyone else for community comment? All right, we'll move into the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda, and the first matter this evening in that portion of the agenda is a sketch plan review process for 3330 66th Street. And Director Teague, you can set the stage for this and maybe explain for folks in the audience what sketch plan review is about.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before you is a sketch plan review. It's where the council, and we go through Planning Commission with the same request, can provide non-binding comments, concerns, improvements, or don't like the project at all. Comments to the developer or applicant before they submit a formal application for any kind of a project. So the project that we're considering here this evening is the TCF Bank Building located on 66th Street, just north of Southdale. The site is currently zoned POD1, Planned Office District. It's the area highlighted in orange there. It is the maximum height that's allowed in this area is established by zoning and comprehensive plan is up to 12 stories. That's all the property in red that has the 12-story height max. This site is guided in our comprehensive plan for regional medical use. That's the area highlighted in blue there. The site is also located within an area in our comprehensive plan that's suggested as a potential area of change. And anytime a rezoning is requested within that potential area of change, we ask that the council at the time of sketch plan review make a finding as to whether a small area plan is needed or not. So we would look for that this evening. What the applicant is proposing here is to remodel the existing bank building and turn it into housing for young adults who've experienced homelessness. So what you're seeing on the screen, this is the existing bank building. Again, they would remodel that for housing units, and they would build an addition on the north side of the building. Just move through quickly some renderings. The applicant will go into a little more detail in regard to the building itself. There would be 39 units, relatively small in size, between 350 and 450 square feet in size. They would all be considered affordable housing, all 39 of the units. Would be a security building with a community room, a computer lab, a fitness area. This is the first level that you're seeing on the screen. The upper level, you see the studio apartments, a conference room, laundry area, lounge. And the lower level would have a few studio apartments, a workout room, and again the laundry area. So to accommodate this request, several items would be required. They would need to rezone the site from planned office district, the current zoning again on the site. They're suggesting a planned unit development and a comprehensive plan amendment that would allow housing other than senior housing in the regional medical district. You recall, as part of the 6500 France building, a comprehensive plan amendment was approved to allow senior housing within that residential or within the regional medical district. This is a look at the site plan. You see they're providing surface parking on the north side of the building. This would be the existing bank building with the addition off the north, 66th Street and Berry Road. Some of the issues that staff and Planning Commission had identified is first, in regard to parking, there's no underground parking that would be provided, which is standard with any multifamily housing development. They're again just suggesting the 25 surface stalls. They're suggesting a potential for a proof of parking that would provide up to 33 parking stalls. You can see it kind of ghosted in here, just south of the proposed parking area, that an additional access onto Berry Road would be possible if they needed more parking. But again, it would be quite a bit short parked compared to our existing standards. The applicants have indicated that few of the residents have their own cars, and they would take advantage of the Metro Transit facility across the street at Southdale. So again, in consideration of a comprehensive plan amendment, again, guided regional medical, some of the things that the council could consider is allowing a specialty housing within this district, and that could be defined as affordable housing. So one way to amend the zoning ordinance. And again, so just something to consider for the council should you believe this is a project worthy of moving forward. That's the type of comprehensive plan amendment that they would seek. So with that, I can, just to quickly go through the underlying zoning, again, would be RM, regional medical. And the code compliant issues that would come into play here would be the density in regard to the comprehensive plan. Comp plan says there's a 30 unit max within the regional medical district, subject to council approval for a density over that. This would be over that, as the site is just under an acre in size. And then again with the parking shortage. So that's some of the flexibility that they would be seeking through the PUD. So with that, I can stop and answer any questions that you may have.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. If specialty housing is affordable housing, why can't we just say that?
Could do that too.
And if we did that, would you add the second sentence as well that says, for instance, affordable housing that meets development goals established in the PUD, or would you just leave it as affordable housing?
Could just leave it as simple as affordable housing.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Otherwise, we can bring the proponent forward and
That's fine. Sure.
have them present. Ms. Bonds?
Mayor, council members, I'm Lee Blondes. I'm the Executive Director of Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative. Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative is a collaborative of congregations that are committed to ending homelessness. And many of you know that our Families Moving Forward program has been here in Edina for close to 20 years. We have a number of congregations, Edina Community Lutheran Church, Colonial, Christ Presbyterian, and Good Samaritan United Methodist Church, which have been host to our Families Moving Forward program. In addition, St. Stephen's Episcopal Church mentors families as they leave our emergency program and move into housing. Beacon is an experienced nonprofit housing organization. We have the technical expertise to develop multifamily housing, as we will discuss here tonight. We currently have 500 apartments in 15 different buildings in Minneapolis and St. Paul. 66 West Apartments will be our first suburban development. We're very excited by this opportunity tonight to share with you our idea for 66 West. Over the past 2.5 years, we've partnered with Edina Community Lutheran Church to engage over 1,000 people in 20 congregations in Edina and the surrounding communities of Bloomington, St. Louis Park, Richfield, Minnetonka, and Hopkins. People have heard presentations about the issue of youth homelessness in the suburbs and the need for affordable and supportive housing for young adults experiencing homelessness. We've had a number of people, close to 50 people, who've toured our Nicollet Square development, including yourselves. And we want to thank you for taking the time to see our housing in person. And tonight you can see the full room. We do understand it is just a sketch review and not a public hearing, but we want to thank people for being here from Edina Community Lutheran, St. Stephen's, the Church of St. Patrick, Good Samaritan, Colonial, and members from churches outside of Edina but that live here in Edina themselves, Christ the King Catholic Church, Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer, and Richfield United Methodist. 66 West Apartments will provide stable, affordable housing for young people who need that in their lives. It's very hard for many of us to imagine what happens to a young person that causes them to be homeless. Some of you may have, in fact, hosted someone on your couch as they move through that stage of homelessness. A lot of the young people in the suburbs wouldn't even call themselves homeless as they experience that issue of a lack of stable housing. We estimate that there's 250 to 300 young people in Edina and surrounding suburban communities that are homeless at any given time. 66 West would provide 39 studio apartments. Our target population is for 18 and 19-year-olds, what we would call emerging young adults that are struggling to move into adulthood and have the stability in their lives that they need. 66 West would provide affordable housing with affordable rents But what's also very important is that it's supportive housing, that the services are integrated right into the housing itself to be able to engage young people and provide that adult guidance that will allow them to move forward, complete their education, get a job, and get the independent living skills, financial literacy, opening up a bank account, things like that, that many of us take for granted and look to our own parents to teach us how to do that in our lives. As we've worked over the last couple of years, our goal has been to find a great location for this housing. And we really believe that this is just a wonderful spot to create housing for young people in our community. It's right next to Southdale Mall, where obviously there are jobs. It's close to Fairview, Southdale, where there are also entry-level jobs every month. And as Director Teague mentioned, public transportation right across the street. We're very pleased to be a part of a sketch review process. We like this idea of being able to get your feedback right away early in this process. We've been out talking to neighbors and others in the community to share what our proposal is, and so we're just very much at the beginning of this process. I'll turn it over to our architect, Bart Nelson from Urban Works, to walk you through more of the details of the proposal.
All right. Questions for Ms. Blons at this point in time? Member Sprague?
So you're doing 39 units. What's the need out there? Is if you had your druthers, would you do more or less units? And give me some idea of the need out there.
So we estimate 250 to 300 young people at any given time. So we could definitely use more of these developments. And potentially it could be larger. One of the reasons we size it at this size is the financing that we believe would be available for 66 West.
The financing, you mean the private donations, the capital campaign?
Certainly we're interested in private contributions. The low-income housing tax credits that would be available through Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. This is about the size of development that they're often able to fund. So it is, but we're interested in hearing your perception on how large it should be.
And why studio apartments? Can you talk a little bit about this population and why you've chosen that for your model?
Sure. So these are young people without children that would move into 66 West. It is modeled on our Nicollet Square that's been quite successful in South Minneapolis. What we think is really important about a studio apartment is that it does have its own bathroom and its own kitchen, that it's really important. We want people will be tenants in the housing, and this will have no length of stay requirements on it. So it's really to have a young person, a young adult, be able to move into an apartment and establish a landlord-tenant relationship, be responsible for their own cooking, their own cleaning, along with the support that we provide in the building, but to really grow into adulthood. And so we find a studio apartment to be the right size that allows that independence. At the same time, we'll hopefully encourage them at a point when they're able to afford a market rate apartment to move out into a one-bedroom or larger apartment in the community.
But single occupancy, because of some of the struggles they've been through, they need to feel safe in their environment. Is that part of the thinking?
Absolutely. So we prefer that young people are living alone rather than having a roommate that they don't know in their housing with them. Many of them have experienced abuse or exploitation once they hit the streets, and so we want them to feel safe in their own apartment.
Thank you.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Ms. Blons, it's supported housing, and I toured Nicollet Square and was really, really impressed. Is there someone on site 24 hours a day?
There currently is at Nicollet Square. We don't know if that'll be necessary here at 66 West, and some of that is dependent upon the funding that we would receive to support 66 West going forward.
And when you say don't know if it would be necessary, how would that determination be made?
A lot of it is from our experience. We provide 250 units of supportive housing, some of which has 24/7 staffing and some which does not.
Okay.
And so it is our goal to seek funding for particularly evening, during the night staffing, but there might be sometimes during the weekend days that there might not be staff present.
And when you said 250 some units, in how many buildings are those units currently located?
So we have 500 apartments total. In 15.
In 15,
buildings.
okay.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, some of them are supportive housing and some are affordable housing. Sorry to throw so many different numbers at you.
In 15 buildings, okay. And then to Member Sprague's question, if the sky were the limit, if funding, understanding that the state funding works in a certain way, is there an optimal number for, we know from historical experience that very large, Cabrini Green, for instance, in New York, that was an experiment that some people favored decades ago that didn't work. Do we know what's optimal?
Councilmember Bennett, I personally have supervised housing that's been as large as close to 100 units of supportive housing, and it's really quite successful. We really believe in well-managed and well-maintained housing as an asset in any community. And so it's about building relationships and being engaged, and that because it's not just bricks and mortar, it's really an engagement. So we could imagine something that large, but feel that this is a good proposal at 39 for this site.
And then I know that this is a question that others might have. With these 15 buildings, are the buildings in which you operate serve mixed use in any way? I know there's Butter Bakery located at Nicollet Square. What types of uses, if any, do you have in these 15 buildings?
Councilmember Bennett, thank you. Nicollet Square is the one building that we do have retail on the first floor. Okay. And there we have Butter Bakery and a couple other retail tenants.
And Butter Bakery, I understand, is complementary to your purpose, your service, because there are some residents actually employed there?
Correct.
And what about the other retail that's located
The other two
there?
are tenants, and they pay retail rents for the space.
Thank you.
Member Brindle, and then Member Swenson.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You touched on this. Nicollet Square is a mixed-use building.
Correct.
And this is not a mixed-use building. It's all residential. Was that choice made because there are so many jobs in the area, or was that choice made because of space or dollars? How was that choice made? Councilmember
Brindle, it really is based on that particular location, that there is so much, obviously, other retail in the community that's already there,
okay.
And some of the parking issues and other things that would make retail prohibitive, we believe, on that site.
Oh, okay. So when I saw Nicollet Square and saw it mixed use, I'm going, oh, okay, that's a good model. And so that's unique in your set. All right. So the building on 66th may or may not be staffed 24/7.
Correct.
What is it that would indicate to Beacon that it needs to be staffed 24/7? And if it needs to be, how would you make that work?
Mayor, Councilmember Brindle, we're, as you know, this is just very early in the process, and so we're always just very careful to make early commitments as we would work to secure that funding. We are grateful for the support of the state legislature that's just added additional dollars for the Homeless Youth Act, which we'll have an opportunity to apply for, and we're in conversations with Hennepin County about securing the service funding along with private funding that we would seek to make that happen. We are absolutely committed to being the best landlord in Edina, and we will assure you that if it is necessary, we will provide 24-hour staffing to have a safe and secure building for our tenants and for the neighborhood. We're really proud that I think many of you heard perhaps on the tour of Nicollet Square that the neighborhood it's located in Kingfield neighborhood in Minneapolis holds an annual fundraiser for the housing for homeless young people in their neighborhood. 900 neighbors came to the Empty Bowls event. So it's really extraordinary support, and I think we've demonstrated our ability to be a good neighbor there and throughout the community.
Something just went through. I'll think of it later. All right, thank you.
Member Swenson.
Do any of your other buildings have 24-hour service? Is that part of your agreement with the community that you built in, that there be 24-hour care?
I believe that that's part of our agreement at Lydia Apartments, which is housing for chronically homeless adults with mental health and chemical dependency.
Okay, but not at the one that I visited in the Kingsfield neighborhood?
Member Swenson, let me double check.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Could you talk a little bit about the process that you use in deciding who is going to be a tenant in a building like this?
Sure. Mayor, we will work very closely with those in the community that are already here. Oasis for Youth has a drop-in center for young people in Bloomington. Teens Alone serves young people in Hopkins and other school districts in the area. The county itself, the city, the libraries, the schools will all be referrals for 66 West. And we really want to provide that opportunity for a young person to be able to find that level playing field so that they have an opportunity to have access to jobs and education. We really believe in a model of bringing young people in and providing those expectations and the support to be successful. And if a young person is not able to live up to those expectations, we will move forward to ask them to leave and to move on. We've had a very good success record we call our staff transition coaches. They're transitioning young people out of homelessness and into stability. But we also then work with young people to move them on into the community. And that's most of the time successfully into other housing in the community, but if necessary, to find them a better fit if 66 West is not the right fit for them.
One of the descriptors that gets used from time to time with Beacon's operation is homeless shelter, but it's really not a shelter. It's an affordable apartment building, as I understand it.
Correct. This is not a shelter, right?
From touring, if it's a Nicollet Square model, they pay rent for their studio apartment, and they pay rent every month, and they've got those obligations. So I just want you to reinforce that notion that it's not a drop-in place where people are going to come and hang out.
Correct. So it would be 39 stable tenants. We'll know each and every one of them, and then our engagement. The length of stay, it varies for each young person, and we really want to model our services and our housing to meet the needs of individuals. And so it does vary, but our average length of stay will be over a year, we would anticipate, for the young people there. So there's really stability in the community that we're creating.
All right. Now, one of the things you mentioned in your presentation with the Planning Commission is that you tend to do things in reverse fashion. You go get your approvals first, and then you go look for your funding. And I'm a little bit concerned about that in this circumstance because I don't know what your costs were down at on Nicollet, but this is some of the most expensive land in Edina. So do you know what your cost per unit is going to be or projected to be?
Yes, Mayor Hovland, but someone behind me knows the exact number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your construction, I'm talking about your construction cost per unit.
Right. So the total construction of the building, so this is a 39-unit apartment building with significant program space, will be about $5 million construction cost.
And then your land cost?
Sorry, excuse me. Let me just introduce, if I might, Sarah Larson, our project manager, rather than have her whisper in my ear.
All right. Carol, introduce yourself, please.
I'm Sarah Larson, project manager at Beacon. Our land cost is about $2.3 million. Our construction cost is a little over $5 million. Our total development cost is anticipated to be a little over $10 million. So a per unit development cost of about $250,000.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I might, sometimes people get a little bit of sticker shock when they hear what an apartment building costs. So one, that $250,000 does include all of the program space, so it's not quite comparable because it includes the office and community room space that is a part of a supportive housing development. But what we want you to hear is that this is quality housing. Member Bennett made reference to Cabrini Green, and I think part of what we learned out of the 60s is if you build cheap housing and call it affordable, that what you're going to get is a bad neighborhood and bad housing. And so we really believe, along with Minnesota Housing and our funding partners, that building quality housing is what will withstand the test of time, and we're something that Edina can be proud of. As you had an opportunity to see the quality of Nicollet Square, you can tell that that is a building that's going to withstand the wear and tear of young people. I have a 14-year-old son, so let me speak from experience about that wear and tear. And so we think that that investment is worthwhile.
And I appreciate the commitment to a quality building, but what I'm worried about a little bit, and maybe you can allay those fears, is that let's say market rate apartments in the Southdale area might be $190,000 to $200,000 per unit, and that's for a one-bedroom. So you've got a studio now for $250,000, And I'm concerned about when you go to get it financed, assuming you have an approval, what happens if you don't get it financed because someone says over at Minnesota Housing Finance that we think you're investing too much here, but it's you can get more bang for the buck somewhere else. So tell me about that. Has that ever happened to you? And
Mayor Hovland and council members, we have been quite successful in terms of our development, both in new construction and renovation. This is a reactive reuse of the building as well as new construction. It is one reason why we are proposing keeping the current building. It actually brings down the cost. So we do work on cost containment and work with our partners on that, with our architects and our construction. The construction costs are rising. We believe that this investment in the community is worthwhile. As we have looked in the community, we believe the excitement that people have responded to the idea that we're developing in Edina has been very strong, and people understand that land costs more in Edina, and that this is, we believe, a good location for multifamily residential development. And we want it to be close to the retail and other job opportunities. So we do realize we're stepping out a little bit by going through this process. Mayor Hovland was referring to the concept that not just Beacon, but all nonprofit housing developers are required to acquire a site before you can go and get your financing, which is the reverse of what any for-profit market rate developer would do. You wouldn't buy land if you didn't know you had your financing in place. We believe that the priority for housing for homeless young people is significant at the state and county and hopefully here at the local level as well. So we believe it will propel forward both the public and private funding necessary.
This is just a heads up, be prepared to answer that question downstream. I think it'll come up again. So, and I was pleased to see that I think in the bonding bill there was $100 million for homeless youth. So anyway, Member Brindle.
I have one more, and it really is about the young people who live in this building. Are they students? Are they working? Are there requirements of what they need to be doing for themselves to be able to live there?
Mayor and Member Brindle, the way that we work at 66 at Nicollet Square and similarly at 66 West is to create a community about high expectations. We actually have learned from experience that working with young people at 18 and 19 that have not had trusting relationships with adults. I mean, it's really hard for us to imagine, but the adults they've known in their lives have been predators. For many of them, they may have come out of abusive relationships in terms of their families, and so what we do is to build those trusting adult relationships. And so we have found that just telling people that they have to do a number of things isn't necessarily the best way to engage them. We've been quite successful at Nicollet Square. As you know, 95% of our tenants are employed at any given time at Nicollet Square, and 42% are in post-secondary educational efforts. And so we have found that engagement, and that what we find is that at that age, how 18 and 19-year-olds talk to each other is about lifting each other up and creating that environment in which everyone wants to be successful in achieving. And then if young people are not able to kind of move forward and follow the rules that are part of being in a landlord-tenant relationship, we would ask them to move on.
Good. Member Sprague.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is, my understanding is this has become such a priority because a chronically homeless youth is going to become a chronically homeless adult with even more problems and issues that need to be addressed by the various government programs. So it's a high return on investment to get this population stable at the youngest age available. In terms of so back to the cost per unit, I just was curious how that compared to other projects that you've worked on. And I know that it's not a direct comparison because Nicollet Square was new construction. This is a adaptive reuse, but just some amount of perspective on that.
Member Sprague, this would be very similar to the costs that were incurred at Nicollet Square.
And any other projects that?
Yes, this is consistent with most other projects and fairly consistent with other projects submitted to Minnesota Housing. The construction cost, the acquisition cost is higher than what you might typically find, but because of the adaptive reuse, the construction costs are lower. So the combination of acquisition and construction, which is about $7 million, is fairly consistent within the range of other metro projects.
And do I understand you were saying that the MHFA, the funding mechanism, caps what you can do in terms of the density and the number of units?
Yes, in a sense, what it caps is the amount of financing you can get in any given round. So there's a maximum dollar amount we can obtain. So there's only so much you can build with that available dollar amount. So usually the optimal units are between 30 and 50 with one funding round.
And Nicollet Square has how many?
42.
Okay, so even new construction is in that 30 to 50 range.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
All right, should we get Mr. Nelson up here?
All right, thank you.
And council members, I'm Bart Nelson with Urban Works Architecture, and I'd like to just briefly go through the drawings in a little more detail. I'd like to begin with the location map I have in front of the screen. I'd like you to note location, as I'm pointing out here, as it's situated within the offices that surround it, and note the abundance of surface parking. Not only among the offices, but obviously across the street near Southdale and the Firestone station across the street. Also note that the blue icons represent bus stops, so there's an abundance of transit service at the curb of the site. And in addition, it's easily accessible to the transit station, which is just on the southeast side of the Firestone station, or building. If we go to parking, talking about parking, I think Carrie mentioned that we have on the actual site 25 surface stalls that would be on the north side. The entrance to the building would be actually at the northwest corner of the existing building, and so the addition extends to the north. And the approach to the building from the parking would be along a landscaped walk that has on the green space there would be a tank that would control, that would take in water from the site. If we go to the floor plan, as you're coming in from the parking or from the street, the entrance in the yellow indicates the circulation and common space. The entrance would go past property management office, and so coming and going of people is monitored by that person in property management. And the visitor could enter the community room, which is on the south side, which has a small residential type kitchen for gatherings of the residents. The offices here are in the more gold kind of color. There is a computer lab in the corner, southeast corner, which is also associated with an employment specialist who helps the residents get ready for jobs and continues their education. The blue indicates the studios, obviously. If we flip to the second floor, more studios in blue. We have a conference room and a multipurpose room in the center, a circulation around it, and a lounge that looks out onto the south side. On the lower level, the studios, again, 3 of them in blue. We have a workout room, laundry, and Nick's closet where donated clothing items can be stored. I do want to go back and mention on the site plan itself, the outdoor spaces are very important to this project. Not only are the landscape approach to the building important, but they're off the community room to the south side. There is a patio that can be used by the residents to go out and experience a little outdoor relaxation It's on the sunny side, so it should be a very welcome place. I'd like to just slip back to the elevations. One of the things that's important, I think, for getting the residents to be attracted to this building is that the existing building right now as it stands is more of a colonial type building. And I think it's important that for youth that this building become a little more contemporary, have a contemporary feel that is maybe a little more attractive to youth these days. And so what we're trying to do is bring in quality materials that express that contemporary feel. Brick in the new addition, the dark brick, metal siding. There's some variation in color. There's a horizontality that we're trying to express. And generally trying to be consistent on all facades, this being the east elevation. Again, the existing building's on the left in the lighter color brick, the new addition on the right in the darker color. The north elevation is what you would see coming from the parking, which I think is a more welcoming experience. A picture of the residents approaching on a landscaped walkway, going to the canopy that shelters the entrance. And the existing building on the south side, that's where the residents will be able to access the patio and enjoy the south light. We have had some suggestions from land use or from the sketch plan presentation to the land use, and we are presently working on those to make these elevations better, and look for your comments on that as well. Any questions?
Member Bennett.
Yes, Mr. Nelson, at the Planning Commission, you described a fence, sort of a patio or terrace arrangement at the front, and there was some concern raised by several planning commissioners about a integrated streetscape and also the type of fencing that you were proposing, which I think you said was cedar. Yes. Have you done any revision on that since your discussion with the Planning Commission?
We are working on that. We decided not to show that in this case, just to keep things clear between what we're going to present next time. But that is in process. That what we showed at land use was a fence, cedar fence, and we've now gone back and we're talking with our landscape architect about making it a little more open and more visible from the street.
And I think my concern would be less about the visibility as the integration. I mean, deciduous trees, you still get your light in the winter. So it's not to me so much an issue that you would have a terrace. I think it was the type of fence I also heard concern about, that there's been so much care so far with the materials that you're proposing to use, that I think there was concern that the cedar would not have the look that you're proposing for the rest of the building.
Yes. And we are addressing that, yes.
Okay, and then did I also hear you say, I recall that there was some question about the light that will be available to those 3 studio apartments that are located on the lower level, and I believe that I heard you describe a change in topography that made those more capable of having daylight.
Yes, essentially it's an area well on the west side that's incorporated with the circular piece of landscaping that goes on. There's a slight grade change. It slopes to the west, so that will aid in that area well not being too deep. But that is something we need to address too. That we want to make sure that they get enough light.
And no one tonight has raised the question, and I didn't hear you really challenge the Planning Commission. I understand the description of where the proof of parking space is. What are the parking ratios that you're working with, understanding that there is great access to transit from this location?
Well, we have the 25. The proof of parking would have 33, potentially 36. And so what we've been discussing with the client, the need is, I think, was 8, possibly 8 staff or 6 residents stalls. So there'd be a total of 14 is what they actually think they need. So we have 25 as opposed to the 16 that they think they need.
And all of those would be surface parking, correct?
Yes, all surface. Yeah.
Okay. Which would be a variation from our code, which requires enclosed. And at your other locations, it's surface parking as well?
I'm sorry, what?
At Beacon's other locations, it's surface parking as well?
I believe so. One exception? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Member Sprague.
So back to parking, you're saying you're already overparked at 25 and you have a proof of parking for additional stalls, as opposed to reducing the surface parking that's there and putting something else in that space. One idea that I've talked about before is, and I don't exactly know how it works, but it's proof of bike parking. And basically, I think you take a stall out and make it available for bike parking instead of cars. So because of the type of transportation options that your clients are going to use, that may be something to consider as well. A more robust bike option there. I concur with the Planning Commission. I understand that we need to be sensitive to allowing that buffer at the front door, but you have the back site that's protected. I think that front really needs to engage the streetscape. The fence doesn't do that for me at all, and I look forward to seeing the plans to create a more vibrant pedestrian environment in front of this building. It's something that we have insisted on again and again and again with new projects coming forward, and I would expect the same from this project.
Member Swenson.
I don't have anything that relates to the architect. I just have comments about the project. So if someone else has architect questions,
I've got a couple, but I'll
ahead.
let Member Brindle go first.
Continuing on the bicycle question, because this is in an area where things are so close. If they had a bike and they wanted to ride a bike, in the seasons where the bikes can't be outside, shouldn't be outside, there needs to be some area indoors to store bicycles. And things are pretty well, I mean, you've got every inch kind of figured out here. So I think that I'd like to see something there so that if they own a bike, that it can be cared for. If they want to bring it in every time they're back there, great. But during the winter, it will need to be in, so they'll have to have a place for it. And if it's expected that they keep it in their apartment, that's fine. But if there's going to be bike storage somewhere, that needs to be thought out.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and that has been discussed.
Oh, okay, great, thanks.
With respect to either the site plan drawing or any of your elevations, are there any changes that you're showing us? Are you showing us anything that's different from what you showed the Planning Commission?
No, we
All
wanted
right.
to keep it the same just for
So,
clarity.
I concur with Member Sprague, and I think it was Commissioner Schroeder who said, figure out a way to better engage West 66th Street, and it sounds like you're going to work on that idea.
Yep, we are.
So that would be one comment. I like the north elevation a lot in terms of its appearance, physical appearance, and I like the west elevation, the way it's broken up with that little right angle, and you've got the building moving in and out, so that it's not just a singular plane that you're working with. But you do have that issue going on the east side,
right,
where it's just one long wall on a single plane. And so I would just suggest that you look at that a little bit too, from a design standpoint.
Sure.
That it might be good to get some movement in there and not have everything on a singular plane. And then is there an overhang? I mean, it looks like it from the drawings, from the elevations, that there's some overhang, and if so, how large an overhang is it?
Well, yes, there is an overhang, and right now I'm thinking that it's like a 4-foot overhang in some spots, so it's quite extensive, especially at the entrance.
Okay. Member Brindle, go ahead. I thought I had one other.
On the north elevation where we see the vertical metal panel,
Yes.
is that a feature in and of itself, or is it going to have some lettering on it? What's going to be on that?
We haven't shown any signage yet. It's possible there could be some signage on it, but right now we're thinking it is more of an element that breaks up the facade.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Member Sprague.
Did you have a question for the architect? Because I don't have questions for the architect.
In addition, I don't know if there's a narrative on sustainability that's going to come forward with this, but that's another important part of rezone to PUD important city objective. So can you speak to that now, or in terms of what sustainability features will be included in the project?
Sure. And obviously the main point is that we're reusing the building. But in addition to that, we're looking at the pervious pavement, the sidewalks, insulation, meeting the energy code. Appliances would be Energy Star. Lighting that is energy efficient. Windows, we're talking about replacing the windows with something that's more energy efficient. All of this, of course, has to be figured out as far as expenses, but we're definitely looking into all those aspects of sustainability.
In other recent residential projects, we've been, and those were new construction, so it's not completely comparable, but we've been asking for them to exceed state energy code guidelines and generate savings of 5 or 10 or 15% over those standards. So it's something that I think you should consider having in your narrative going forward.
Thank you, and that is a good point. I just want to point out that all our projects, especially when they have Minnesota Housing Finance Agency funding, are required to comply with Minnesota Green Communities, and this project will do the same. And one of the minimum base threshold requirements of that is that they exceed the energy standard by a certain percentage, 15%, I believe it is what it is.
Score.
So we'll include that in our narrative, and all the features that will be required, that we will include, but they also are a requirement of our funding requirements, so they'll be monitored and part of any funding agreement.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Nelson. I think some of the council members had some comments, and I don't think you need to be standing for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I'm very supportive of the beacon concept. I think it would be great to have a project in our city. I have a little bit of a concern in the neighborhood that this is being proposed for. We've gotten a number of letters from surrounding businesses that know that we've zoned this as a medical zone, RMD, and that it's a district that we anticipate a fair amount of change in. Our hospital tends to bring us that change. We have 2 big projects, one that's just started and one that's about to start right next to the hospital. So that's its downside as far as its location, is unfortunately the building happens to be in that neighborhood. Obviously, you like the building there because it's across from Transit, it's across from Southdale, it's near Fairview, and I get that. But I think that that's my only hesitation with where you've chosen to put it. I want it in our community. I think it's great. I do have an interest in 24-hour only because we have no experience with your facility yet. But that my reservation is where it's going.
Other further comments at this point in time? Member Bennett and Member Brindle.
Understanding Member Swenson's comments, with the comp plan process, we took the regional medical district, which I believe had only been Fairview Southdale, and everything else was guided office in the previous comp plan. And we did expand the district in part. I don't remember if Twin Cities Orthopedics had already applied, and that was part of the expansion west of France.
I think that's about when we did it. It was pretty simultaneous.
And I could have looked for that, but I was looking for other things today. So anyway, we have made some changes. We've made some expansions. We also made a significant change when the application for 65th in France, which started out to be medical office building, now turned into housing. And I support Member Sprague's request that rather than specialty housing, when this goes forward, I would like to see instead affordable housing. I'd like to just be very specific, which I think addresses some of the concerns that have been in correspondence and telephone calls, which is what if it gets changed to market rate apartments and it's severely underparked? Well, if it's defined as what it is, and that's what's permitted, and that's, again, supposed to be what's important about PUD, what's so wonderful about PUD, is then I think we get to control that and have it be what it is and have everything fit as it is. So we have made some, again, significant change, both in terms of expansion, but also in terms of change of what fits. I think this site is perfect, and I can't think of a better site in the city because of the location to transit, because of the location to employment. When I think about some of the concerns we've discussed this evening in terms of staffing and the like, I can't see a better fit elsewhere. We could put up an aerial photograph which is going to show us the line along 66th Street of current small office buildings, then a lot of parking, and then housing immediately. So in terms of that district, regional medical actually, I think, goes, well, I'd have to look at the lines because there was another thing on the agenda that shows that we've got housing in a district. There is housing all the way then up to 62. It is an area that's in change. I think adaptive reuse is a wonderful way to go, both in terms of the cost and getting a good project for less money. Also, it permits Beacon the flexibility going forward if this location doesn't work. I mean, it's an adaptive reuse of an existing building. It's a good site, a perfect site, but it also, to another concern that's been raised, looking at what's there, if 20 years down the road we would end homelessness in the Twin Cities, then it possibly that site could be repurposed as something else. So I support it. We've been asked about a small area plan. We didn't request a small area plan for what was done at 65th and France in any of its iterations, and I would support going forward without a small area plan in this instance.
So would I.
Member Brindle?
I thought of one other thing. North of this building, there is some housing, condominium development, or group of condominiums at the Colony. Mm-hmm. Have you reached out to them and met them? What kind of conversations have you had? That's a pretty active and vibrant resident community in there.
Councilmember Brindle, we have begun that outreach, and so we are in conversation. I think at the Planning Commission we mentioned a couple of names, which was maybe not well received to go on television and say how individuals feel about the project. So we're feeling like we're getting a good response, and we'll continue to build our dialogue with the neighbors. And it's helpful to get your comments so that we can then share that as we go forward into the community. But we are aware of that community.
Good. Yeah, I am enthusiastically in support of this. So.
Member Sprague.
I've been in Edina since 2006, and I think one of the core values of the school district in the city is no one's left behind, and I think that applies to this project and to this population of youth. The community always reaches out when someone's in need. If you've been a parent or involved in the community on any level, you see it. It's an amazing thing, and it makes me so proud to be in the city. And I think that the community will reach out and wrap their arms around these kids and help them become successful adults if this project goes forward. So I think it in terms of the community you've chosen, it's a great community for that reason. I understand what you're saying about impeding the highest and best use within this regional medical district. However, the owners of the property at 3316 West 66th Street said in their letter that their remodeling of this building was an initial step towards realizing the full development potential of that piece of property. That's an interim use towards a higher and better use. Perhaps this will be as well. We don't know what's going to happen 20 years down the road. Maybe someone will buy them out and it'll become a mixed use, high rise, who knows? But I think this is a reasonable interim use. It doesn't impede development, high density development, high rise, high density development going to the west of this corner. It can still develop organically over time. And in terms of the staffing requirements, I guess I don't want to arbitrarily put a condition on 24-hour surveillance or staffing if it's not necessary for the model that you're following. If you have at-risk kids and there's a public safety issue, obviously that would be a best practice. But I don't want to arbitrarily impose that condition if it's not necessary. So we'll look forward to hearing more information about the different operating practices at your different facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bennett, go ahead.
Member Sprague, to your point, and to Member Swenson's, as a mother of 22 and 25 to be 26-year-old boys, I support Member Swenson's request for 24-hour supervision of 18 and 19-year-olds. Your children are still young, Member Sprague, and those days will come for you.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay, we should
Well,
probably move
yeah.
on.
All right. So,
Okay.
well, if you've been down to Nicollet Square, like I have about a year ago, it's hard not to be enthusiastic about the model and what it can do for young people. But and as much guidance as we can give you in sketch plan, I think we've tried to do that tonight. I think the parameters of the argument have been set. You know, there are people in your neighborhood, your proposed neighborhood, your potential neighborhood that don't see this as the highest and best use for this property. They are in a regional medical district, and they have concerns about this. And at some point in time in the future, we're going to have to sit in a quasi-judicial capacity and make a decision on this case. There isn't anybody here tonight that's going to be able to testify or talk about, because it's sketch plan review, their concerns as a commercial property owner or a medical office building owner. And so despite the fact that we like this model, our job is to remain, to give you some guidance on what we see that we like or don't like about this project from an architectural standpoint and a concept standpoint. And as far as whether it's properly cited, that issue is going to be in front of us. I'm not going to say anything further about that now, because our goal is always the same. Everybody gets a fair shake here until their public hearing is held and all the testimony is in. No decision is going to be made. So these folks are enthusiastic about this, I think, from a concept standpoint, and you got a ways to go, and we got other people to hear from on this. So. And that's the fair way to do it. All right. Thank you.
They'll have their little buttons on. Okay.
Very, yeah. Well attended. Yeah, the district conference was over 500 people. And that is a very, very good, as district conferences go, that's very good. Yeah, there's 63 clubs in our district.
She is in Milwaukee.
So that's pretty good showing. Over at, I've reached over all the clubs. That's more than 5 people per club. We had.
Look at that pie.
And it might. It might.
Okay, let's go.
All right, here we go to the next matter before us in the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda, and that is sketch plan review with regard to 7151 York Avenue, which is the Yorktown Continental Senior Living Facility. Director Teague, can you introduce the sketch plan matter?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Another sketch plan review. It's located down in the northeast corner of the city. Property is currently zoned planned senior residential district. Existing on the site is a 12-story, 264-unit apartment on the site. There's a picture of it. What the applicant is proposing here is to construct a 100-unit, 4-story building. There would be 70 units that would be included housing with services, and 30 memory care suites, again, for senior housing. They're proposing 10% of the development would be for affordable housing, so 7 units in all, 10% of that, of the 70 units with services. The proposed density here would be 64 units an acre when taking into consideration the existing plan. The current site is, the density is 45 units an acre. You may recall a little over a year ago, we considered a sketch plan on this same site for 76 units. The apartments proposed at that time were on the other side of the building. So just quickly, a couple of renderings of what the building might look like. Here's the site plan. The previous proposal was on the other side of the building where the proposed parking is. The plan before you this evening would locate the building out in front along York. There would be underground parking that would be accessed in the back, and they would provide the surface parking for the existing building. Looking at the current zoning standards, what they would need to seek here would be some variances to the existing zoning. The comprehensive plan allows 30-plus units subject to City Council approval. Some of the conditions that we consider when allowing over the 30 units would be proximity to low-density residential use, proximity to hospitals, utility capacity, transit availability, provision of below-grade parking, provision of affordable housing, sustainable design, and public art. Some of those things would be looked at in more detail as part of a formal application, but they would be providing underground parking. The building, as I indicated, is separated from the low-density residential to the east by locating it on the other side of the building. There is transit available along York as well. A traffic study would also be required as part of the any formal proposal. So with that, I will conclude, and I can stand for any questions that you may have.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director Teague, I'm looking at the compliance table, and I see, as the screen shows, that 363 units, and I think the proponent at the Planning Commission corrected the number of apartments in Yorktown Continental to 284 units. Does that change any percentages? That's one question. And then I also note that with the revised plan, because the Planning Commission had a different plan in front of it, the compliance table parking stats are now also changed, and that actually 164 total surface spaces are being shown. So just wanted to point that difference out.
Yeah, they have revised the plans slightly from the Planning Commission review. Bottom line of it, whatever those numbers are, they would be required variances as part of the next step. They are short in regard to the density.
Well, it looks like originally they actually, with 178 exposed and 83 enclosed, it looks like they actually were going to exceed compliance.
Right, with the parking standards. Correct.
Right, and now, however, they've revised it to now need a variance, even from the reduced parking that's required for senior housing.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I just wanted to tell the council that you're doing a sketch plan review on this proposed addition to this existing housing project. You will also, in the coming weeks, be starting the public hearing process behind a conduit financing project to finance a major improvement project within the existing building. We've had some discussions with the developer. They've retained counsel. We have retained counsel, so we're working that proposal through the normal courses. They are somewhat related, but not necessarily dependent upon each other.
Manager Neal, do you know what the proposal is with respect to the nature of the affordability of the housing in the apartment building?
Yes, we're just beginning to explore that with the proposed owners, redevelopers right now. Early indications are, though, that they may be decreasing the number of affordable senior units, and we have some concerns about that. We shared that with the proposers today. We think that we're going to advise the council on that issue when the conduit financing comes back to you, and perhaps connect those two concepts.
What did we agree to on consent agenda tonight was simply to move that forward to a future agenda.
Right, just to schedule the next public action on it.
Do you have any numbers on that?
I do, but I don't have them with me right now. But it's a small reduction, like maybe 7 or 8 units, but it's still a reduction of 7 or 8 units. So we want to have some additional conversation with the owners.
And how many of the existing 284 units are considered affordable? I'll ask
like
the proponent.
170 or something like that. Does that sound right? I'm sorry.
I'll wait for the proponent to be at the microphone, and then I'll address questions.
I just raised that. It's not related to what you're doing in sketch plan tonight, but it will be related to this project when it comes to you in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time?
I'm sorry, one last question for Manager Neal. Manager Neal, looks from the staff report that was on our consent agenda this evening that actually the results of the proceeds of that conduit bond sale would be used to make the purchase of the land altogether. So the existing apartment building and the land on which this new proposed project is proposed to be built?
Part of this is there will be a subdivision, I believe. Is that not?
I believe that is the case. Yeah, they would be subdividing.
Okay, but the purchase, again, to be funded at least in part through the proceeds of the
That's
conduit
their
bond
proposal.
sale.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So the creation of the new subdivision will generate a park dedication fee.
Correct.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Member Swenson.
But if you subdivide it later on, what does that do to the parking? Is it held then specifically for each building?
The parking?
Mm-hmm.
If there's going to be shared parking with that property and with the surface lot in the back, they would have to put cross-access easements that would entitle them to use that back parking lot if there's any type of shared
along
parking
with
arrangement.
entrance ones, because they would be on the same entrance and exit.
That's right.
Okay.
As long as we've discussed this preliminary approval that occurred tonight with respect to the issuance of housing revenue bonds, Manager Neal, you might as well explain what conduit financing means in this context.
Sure.
And whether the city bears any responsibility or there is any right to compel any exercise of the taxing authority of the city to pay the bonds.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, conduit financing is a term of art for when the public entity serves as a conduit for public financing of typically of private nonprofit developments. In this case, a low-income senior housing development. We do not carry the liability of the repayment, even though we serve as a conduit for financing that presumably carries a lower rate than if the owner tried to borrow money on the open market. Cities customarily do it for nonprofit projects like hospitals, colleges, and other kinds of affordable housing projects in their communities.
Nor does the amount that is borrowed count against the amount that the city is borrowing in our total.
There is a separate limit, customer about $10 million a year, I believe, is the limit that we can use to issue conduit financing bonds. But when we have our discussion on that, we will have legal counsel from Dorsey here that evening, and they can talk more about that at that time.
Director Teague, this is just an observation, but we've had several projects now where the dwelling unit per acre number is on a steep rise. We've got projects in the past that are many years old now, including Yorktown Continental. Existing DUA is 45 units per acre, the Durham at 46, and I think that's the high number. Others in the 22 to 40 range. But now we're seeing the climb above 50, and now we're proposing 64 dwelling units per acre, and it seems like for a lot of reasons the density is becoming a more important issue for us to address, and it's causing me to think that we're not going to be doing the comprehensive plan for a while. But throughout this whole Southdale district, because of the price of the land and the density required to be able to build the kinds of projects that will be appealing to a developer and the city, I'm wondering if we should take a early look at some of this density on a broader basis in the Southdale district. Can we do that, and how would we do it? Yes,
you're absolutely right. In fact, we have some issues with the Met Council right now in regard to the way our comprehensive plan reads is it talks about floor area ratio in terms of calculating density for mixed use. It also provides density range in this, essentially the land uses in the Southdale area. And we need to rectify those. So it's staff's intention is to bring a comprehensive plan amendment before the Planning Commission and City Council to address those very issues. So we're going to seek to have WSB engaged in regard to transportation. What does it mean to the roadway network? And also take a look at our sewer capacity issues in increasing that density so it matches more of our description of the land uses in the Southdale area. So that is forthcoming probably in the next month or so.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Otherwise, we'll bring the proponent forward. We'll find out why things changed. Before you were in the back of the building, and now you're in the front on the York Avenue side.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Della Colpine, and I'm a senior partner at Masaba Capital Development. 5201 Eden Avenue in Edina, Minnesota is where our office is located. Thank you for allowing myself and Elena Carter from RSP Architects to be here tonight. I think there's a few things that I need to clarify before I go into a little bit more about the project. There are two separate developments going on simultaneously on this lot. Mesaba Capital is actually developing the senior housing project. We are purchasing that land from the current owner. The bonding issue and everything that's happening with the bonding is only for the 12-story, 264-unit apartment building, not for the senior housing development.
All right.
So I don't know if that helps clarify that, or if you have any other questions around that topic before I proceed.
What's the cost of remodeling the building going to be? I saw that in here. It was.
I believe the developer that is actually doing it's really an exterior skin and common area remodeling. I think it's in the area of 17 million. I'm not privy to a lot of the details around that redevelopment, but I think that's really where they're at with that project.
Member Bennett?
When you say purchasing, given what we've seen for paperwork, are you saying that these are two entities with completely separate leadership and boards and ownership, or is there some interrelationship between the entities that will own one of the buildings and then own the new building?
The way it's going to work is there will be one owns the building, the apartment building, and they could potentially looking at investing in the senior housing development.
And is there any crossover among the people who are involved in the different? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But they are two separate transactions. There will be a replatting, so there'll be parcel 1 and parcel 2. There'll be two separate parcels.
Okay, and just so you know, the materials that were in front of us tonight regarding the conduit bond did mention the proceeds, and they mentioned it as though the proceeds will be used in part to purchase the land. And if that's not the is that not the case?
Maybe not to purchase the land, but it may be to invest into the senior housing development. Not specifically to purchase the land, but into the senior housing development.
Well, at this point, let's back off just a second. At this point, the apartment building, 264 units, you're saying?
Yes, it's 264 units.
Okay, all the land is with that one apartment building, correct? And so with this purchase and then the remodeling, and again, the paperwork that we had indicates that it's one transaction, the front portion, as it were, or the York portion of the property will then be sold to another entity?
Yes.
Okay, but there is, again, some cross-membership
Yes.
with those entities?
Yes.
All right. Can you answer those questions that we were discussing earlier without much information? Of the 264 units, how many of them are currently classified as affordable?
I don't have an answer to that.
I have in my notes, they told us 179 units of Section 8 qualified housing right now. But again,
Okay.
that's not the project that is being represented
I'm not
in sketch
involved
plan
with
tonight.
that project and the apartment building project. I'm involved with the senior housing.
Well, just knowing, when we talk about housing goals, I mean,
Yes.
we have different housing goals that respond to different needs in our community, and sometimes they intersect. And how many units are proposed to be affordable with the remodeling?
I'm sorry,
Don't
I
have that.
don't know. I don't
Okay.
know the number.
All right. No, of Yorktown.
Separate this conversation.
All right. Go ahead.
So, affordable units for this project?
We are looking at 10%, at least 10% to be affordable, so we're looking at 10 units out of the 100 units to be affordable.
And is the reason there's no connection between the buildings other than having to go outside because they have separate owners?
There could, again, joint ownership. There could be some joint ownership. We don't have the final investment portfolio put together for the senior housing. There will be some joint. Again, our whole goal on this is to create a campus for continued, living.
Well, that's kind of where
So-
my question comes from then is, when we did this at 7500 York, they put a skyway in. But I don't see any connection like that between these two buildings, and I was hoping you would have some connection, so in the middle of winter, you wouldn't have to go outside to get from one building to the other to visit somebody.
And that's why we're here tonight, to hear some of the ideas that you have. I also have Elena Carter here. We're looking at joint programs between the two buildings. We're going to have a coffee shop in the senior housing development that will be open. There'll be a fitness center. There could be joint programs. We may look at dining rooms and one of those buildings to be shared across with the residents, so that we can optimize and utilize the spaces as well as possible.
Sure. Well, if you can figure out a way to make it work, I think some sort of connection without having to go outside is, in our climate.
Okay, thank you.
Last time we broached that topic at the sketch plan review, we asked for an at-grade.
Yep.
Covered connection.
Right.
Okay, please go ahead.
At this point, I think I'll have Elena Carter, give a little bit more detail to how we got to the plan that's in front of you versus the plan that you saw a year ago. And then we can answer some of the questions that have to do with parking and some of the earlier questions that you had.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Colpin.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter, welcome.
Thank you for having us today. I'm just going to walk you through the project.
Would you identify yourself and
Elena
your
Carter.
employer, please, and your
Elena
address.
Carter from RSP Architects.
Thank you.
One of the project goals for this is to create a sense of community pride. We know that seniors, when they move to a building of independent living or assisted living, they want to connect back to something else. We also want to make sure that this building has a warm and inviting environment as well, indoor and outdoor spaces connecting to the other building. Connection to the nature is important, both inside and outside, and then a sense of quality and dignity within the building is some areas we have been looking at. We want a building that has a health center. Making sure that people can live with vitality through the end of their life is important. Bistro, coffee shop, and library. This building is really about connections, not only connections within the building, but also to the street. And then maximize the potential of this site. I think this is a great opportunity for the city of Edina to maximize the site to the York side as well. So here's our site context map. Our site is here. We're along this York Avenue spine. We have Southdale to the north. And then we also have Adams Hill Park and the promenade. And you can go underneath York Avenue connecting to the promenade. We wanted to also look at some of the sun angles of the existing 10-story building, making sure that as we're locating this new building, how can we really capture sun and seasons and also activity back to the street. So this is an overview of the site plan, just our graphic representation of that. You can see York Avenue. Here, the yellow shows traffic patterns throughout, how you enter the site and how you would exit. Also entering to our building, underground parking, and then also the loading dock would be underground. What we want to do is make sure that getting goods and services in and out of this building is easy and it doesn't disrupt other members who are residents who live within the community. The blue is bike traffic. We're looking at how can somebody on a bike, maybe it's a son or a daughter, visit their parent, or even a grandchild, come and access the site via a bike. We also have private walkways throughout the site. You can see that in purple. How can you connect to the two buildings and then also to that front door? And then in the red is your pedestrian. How walkable is this site? Connecting here with the sidewalks. There's a bus stop that we'd like to work with Metro Transit to add, entering to the building from York and then also from other areas. Again, connecting back to the park, and then back to the promenade is also important. Sun angles, so here's your south, here's your sun angles, trying to get sun into the garden area back here. So ensuring people throughout the year that they have access to sunlight, because as we age, we tend to spend less time going outside, and unless it's the perfect day with the perfect amount of sun and the perfect amount of wind, people tend to stay inside. So this is just an overall site plan. I know parking was something that we had heard earlier. We will be looking at parking for this site. We have exceeded the demand for our site, designing an 88 parking stalls. The requirement for this building is only 70 stalls. The existing existing building only has 123 stalls. Because this is a separate ownership, we've left that, but we've increased the stall count for this building that we're adding to the site. We're looking at a porte cochere. We want a place that people can drop off in the winter months, a mother, or be picked up via bus in an enclosed area. We have connections from each building. We could look at putting a covered walkway between them, an outdoor fire pit area. This, between the two buildings, we're really seeing that as, this is my space. I want to be able to sit around a fire pit, or in the evenings have a glass of wine with a friend who lives here. But then we have the York Avenue Street. That's a little bit more very structured. We're going to see that as, this is a streetscape. It's going to feel a little different. So we're going to be working with a landscape architect to define those spaces to have a different look and feel. This is the lower level garage. So you come down here and you park. This would be where your loading dock area is. So laundry, food service, garbage all comes out of this area and has its separate dock entrance. Can go right up to an elevator up through the building, and then this is our underground parking of 64 spaces. On the first level, we're looking at having a central core that is the common space for the building. This is really the activity hub within the building, and then connecting out to the street where we really want to energize or activate that streetscape. So you come in the main entrance, you're greeted with a living room area. It's comfortable, and it's a comfortable space to sit, but beyond that, there's a library, there's a computer center. You can look through the building. There'll be lots of light coming into that, an open coffee shop area, and then adjacent to the arts room, and across from that, a health center. This health center will have yoga and exercise, and we have lots of doors going out to the courtyard that they could do a yoga class in the courtyard area during the summer months. And then also your on-grade units. We want to make sure those on-grade units have nice porches and patios going back to York, but also if they have a pet that they want to have at the community, they could then easily have a door that would go out. Going to the second floor, we put a dining room on the second floor because we really want to have the smells from a dining room not greet you right as you walk in the door, also raising it up and creating a terrace area where people could sit outside and view that garden area from there. Also adjacent is the kitchen, right backed up to the elevators that can allow those goods and services to come through the building without disrupting somebody's daily life. So then we also are just including the units on that floor. And then when you go to the third floor, that's just more of the units mimicked from the lower levels. And our fourth floor is our memory care floor. We've created it into 2 households of 12 each. So people will really be within their household. We have small kitchen dining livings on both sides. That will allow that small house feel. As people get memory issues, having too many people within a dining room can be very overwhelming. So we want to be sensitive to that. Also giving them access to a patio area. It will have some terrace areas with some fence above that so that it's safe for them. One of the things I like about having a memory care in an upper level is that you reduce the risk of a flight risk, because with memory issues, you tend to have many layers. In case they get through that pair of doors, you want to have another pair of doors that can be a stopgap for them. So this really allows for that. Looking at the exterior, again, we really want to activate that streetscape. We want it to look like an urban area along York. We looked at your master plan along the York Avenue corridor, and we wanted to have this building really allow for that vision to come forth. So this is another image of the backside that we started on, a sketch around that fire pit. So you can see our building, you can see that terrace in this area of the dining room, and how those doors are going to open up out to a patio between the two buildings. And here is the exterior sketch plan that we're starting to look at. We want to make sure that this is, I would say, a sister building to the 10-story or 12-story building behind. We want to capture some of the look, materiality, but not necessarily mimic it. We want this to feel more like a brownstone or an urban building. And that is the end of the architectural presentation.
All right. Member Bennett.
Do you have with you the site plan that you showed to the Planning Commission?
I believe you mean earlier.
It's the Planning Commission meeting at which you presented.
I don't have that with me.
Okay, I can, Director Teague, I think, has a copy. Great. So, okay, if we can turn that the other direction, great. During that discussion, it looks like with the original proposal that you showed to the Planning Commission, you were looking at a setback that was per code, which is equal to the height of the building, or 45 feet. And then one planning commissioner in particular was encouraging you to narrow that up, which it looks like you did. And you're now at 20 feet?
We're at 20 feet right now.
20 feet setback from the street, from York?
Yes.
Okay. And I recall that in that conversation with that planning commissioner, there was some discussion about being able to use the extra space to augment the courtyard between the two buildings, which obviously on this site plan doesn't include the landscaping ideas that you're showing on the other one. What happened to, and one more thing before this goes off the screen, I also note that there are in this version 223 surface stalls, which so then going to the plan that we're discussing this evening, what happened to the consideration of having additional space in the courtyard between two buildings? It looks like half of it's now been turned to entrance, to portico and entrance, drive aisle essentially. So that has now become, the building's been moved closer to the street, and about half of that space between the buildings has now been converted to a drive entrance for the building. What happened?
Part of that, when we were looking at seniors as we were designing this, is we wanted to have a safe entry for those who are visiting them. We wanted to look at a drop-off area that gave them space away from the drive. And so as we looked at that, we can have the drive because there's going to be traffic going back to this building, allowing to have the portico share and some of this parking here, we felt was safer for the people who are going to live there and visitors, because the average age of an independent living person in this building we anticipate will be about 83. Their visitors are also 83. So we wanted to make sure that we could look at that and have a safe place for them to cross the street without having either staff to the other building or residents to the other building. But I hear your point.
Well, it seems to me that it was something that was going to be a bridge between the two buildings, not the interior bridge that some of my colleagues have requested, but it was going to be some park-like space that could be used by people from both buildings, and it's now been reduced by half, which I was really dismayed to see when after having listened to the previous discussion. And then again back to the parking. Looking at the previous design, I counted, and it actually is on the site plan itself, 223 surface stalls, kind of ringing the building, and you've changed up that design now on the new design with drive aisles that don't include parking. How have you done any kind of study that lets you know that reducing 60 surface parking stalls is actually going to work?
The parking in the back was for the apartment building. So currently the 264 apartment building, they have 123 parking stalls. So they have increased that parking to 140 stalls, and they feel that that will be adequate for that apartment building to support that. Again, with a large amount of seniors, many of them don't have cars. And so that's where the reduction came from, versus increasing it by 100 new stalls versus what they have currently. They actually increased it by 17 or 18.
And one of the things we really want to do is to maximize the amount of green space. And so with the additional stalls that were on in this plan, at 140 for that site, going up to 223. The thought was that we would have stalls that were unused, and we would no longer have that green space back that would provide an amenity to the residents.
So the green space, the additional green space that I can see is just at the south of the existing building, correct? It's got adjacent to parking and with a sidewalk that crosses over.
It's also to the north because we no longer have parking along the north as well.
Right, but you're not indicating by feet, but it doesn't look like a real big reduction of pavement. It just, understanding that you won't then have the conflict between vehicles trying to get out of parking stalls and vehicles driving in, but it looks like a lot of it is still pavement. Thank you.
Member Brendel.
All right. Move in, move out. Where do they, is there a special spot for move in, move out?
This delivery area, typically deliveries happen a couple of times a week. It's not going to be every day. That also allows a move in, move out. We are anticipating a back corridor for them to park a truck, a box truck, and they'll be able to come in and then also take that elevator up to their unit as that elevator goes to all floors.
We've added a separate delivery elevator so that the resident elevators aren't used for move in and move out.
I am familiar with the challenge. Okay, along York, it shows some stoops and sidewalks. Are those from individual units or are those from the building?
Those would be from individual units, and so we have some shared, so these two units would have a shared stoop off towards York at these stoops. That allows for them to have their own entry from that, and we would look at if you, on the exterior rendering, we would have some protective barriers that would have, I apologize, I have too many pieces of paper. So when you look at this, there'll be some half walls that allow them to have, this is my space, kind of a separation between York, was the thinking.
So that sidewalk goes to 2 doors, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So it would be a shared door.
So you'd go up and you'd have my door and their door.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now, looking at the site plan and knowing that there needs to be some air movers, the big units that run the air conditioning, air exchangers, and then also trash, maybe it's here, I'm not noticing it. So where are those things going to go?
Those things we're looking at, right now we're working with HVAC and some of the other consultants, is putting them back here and creating a buffer between, back by the delivery, a buffer between the garden area and where that delivery is. So this back zone kind of is our back of house zone, so to speak. We want to make sure we have some deciduous trees and some other plantings around there to separate that from the public spaces.
All right, and where is trash?
Trash would be back there as well. We actually have a trash room, and so inside that loading dock,
that
there's
lower
a
level?
room down there.
Okay. All right. Let's see if I had anything else. Okay, so the top level is showing in your sketch. Your top level is kind of podiumed. This is the one where it's kind of the pen sketch.
The elevation. Oh. It's probably right here.
Yes, thank you. How far is that upper level podium set back?
That sets back 8 feet. You can see it on the patio, how it wraps around.
Oh,
and
that's
that
what that
provides
is. Okay.
a space for a patio, and then it also provides a roof area below.
All right. And have you gotten to the point that you've started looking at materials yet?
We are currently actually in the process. This afternoon we started to pull materials. Our hope is by Friday that we have a presentation to the owner group for those materials, but we've been starting to think of them.
All right. Is it brick and metal?
It will be brick, and we are looking at like a Hardy, a certainteed panel. We wanted to have a residential look, so it would be brick below with some panel material and some metal, because there is some metal panel going on the other building, so we would match that as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Sprague, any comment?
I actually like the Port Cochere change. I think that will work well for the residents and for visitors, because you're going to have a lot of drop-off activity, and it's more of a welcoming element. And there's still the question of this connection between the buildings. And I heard you say a covered walkway, but that's not a four-season connection. So that's something that was important to us before. Obviously, there was a skyway before. We asked for something at grade, but I think that question will be renewed as well. I like the podium. And did I see this correctly, that there's a bench seating in the front, kind of a curvilinear, to create kind of that engagement with the streetscape?
That is the goal, that we would have benches along there, especially with the bus stop. We want to make sure that if there is truly a bus stop, that it integrates with the community, that it matches the look and the feel of the building, but that there would be benches along that streetscape as well.
What kind of winter interest are you envisioning in the landscaping? So conifer or small, winter interest trees and landscaping?
So we're working with a landscape architect right now, and one of the things we want to make sure is that we're using native landscaping throughout. If this is a little bit more formal look on the streetscape and a little bit more native or prairie grasses, that we're looking at kind of environmental strategies with native landscaping that are appropriate for that, but also some buffers between the units that are here and that sidewalk, I think, is going to be important, with some trees and some conifers.
So
I think what we want to do is make sure that we're creating different environments throughout the site. So shade gardens and formal, and maybe some more winter type vegetation as well, so that there's a lot of different variety throughout the site.
It's a long winter, so it's good to have some other seasonal interests. Yeah.
I just want to make one clarifying statement on the bus stop as well. We're proposing to get a new bus stop at this location, and I am in conversations with Metro Transit. It's not been decided, and I'll be meeting with them in the next week or two, because of where they have one, I think, at the library and one at the next site over. Is it too close? But they want to entertain the idea, because our goal is to have a piece of our building that maybe even comes out so people don't have to leave. I mean, the bus stop is part of the building. So again, making it very easy for the residents in the heart of the winter that we have more months of than summer, to keep them warm, and maybe there's something, an extension of our building, and actually people from the apartment building could use that as well. So
a heated shelter type facility, is that what you're?
It could be an extension of our building off the porch that we're entertaining along York Avenue as well. We haven't went that far because I want to make sure that we have our meeting with Metro Transit, and I had a long conversation with them today, and I think we're meeting in the next 2 weeks.
I think that's a great idea.
So they wouldn't really leave the building. They could actually be at the bus stop inside the building and then catch the bus. How that works, we're not quite sure yet.
Thanks.
Member Swenson?
Looks great. Just want a connection between the two buildings.
Member Brindle?
Regarding the connection between the two buildings, the new Byerly's has a heated walkway. There is there's kind of a roofed area that is ultimately going to connect Byerly's to the apartment buildings. And you might consider that for this, so that they're protected from the rain. I don't know, it's up to you whether you want to enclose it, but at least it would be heated.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Reverend Bennett?
I understand that the discussion this evening, the focus is on the new building near York, but the existing building does fill a really important need in our community. We know that we have some elders in our community who aren't of the same means as others, and it's been a very good place for people to live. And I'm really concerned about any design elements that detract from the quality of life that people have enjoyed previously. So the location of the chiller, I would be very concerned if it gets located where it's described, because depending on how that measures the distance between the buildings, the people who live on that corner are going to be affected not only in the new building, but in the apartment building as well. I hear my colleagues' support for the porte cochere change. Again, just want to make sure that if there is some variance being sought and moving toward the street, and it's to increase green space, I want to see that green space accessible and usable by everyone, not primarily by one building. So these are my concerns going forward. My colleagues may or may not share them, but I feel really strongly we know that there is, particularly senior women in this community, it's a significant pocket of poverty, and I want to make sure that we continue to have places for people in our community that we do today.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. What's the demographic data on the new building? Who are you predicting will be living there? What will be their average age?
For the independent living, we're looking at about 83, and for the assisted living, it's around 86. And the memory care really is dependent on a lot of different factors, and so there really isn't an age to attach to that.
All right. You've got a lot of illustrations of building typology, a lot of them very nice. And of course, the Yorktown Continental, no particular offense intended, is a far cry from the architectural ideas that you have for the senior center on York. So while it's great to have a wonderful architecture on York, it can look a little odd if there isn't some integration some way, somehow. So you got a 12-story building behind you that doesn't have any of the architectural features, really, that you've shown us with respect to the senior building. So I'm wondering how you're going to try to make them work together, I guess is a simple way to say that.
Do you have the apartment? Okay.
So this is the 12-story building. This is the rendering of what they're proposing to change it. Right now, the exterior building is precast concrete. They're going to be replacing that with EIFS. So the brown that you see is EIFS. They're going to be introducing a metal panel between the stories. So what we're looking at doing is capturing that metal panel and replicating it on our building, the same color, and then using the tone of the EIFS that they're using. We haven't discussed at length if EIFS is the direction that this owner of this building would like to take. It's not our first choice. We feel that a brick facing that lower level might be better, but we want to make sure that we marry the colors and the orientation. But that would really be up to the ownership group. That's not to say we wouldn't put some EIFS banding in for some accents.
All right. Well, I'll be very interested. I think everybody else will be too, to see how you integrate those two.
And we agree that it is a campus and that there has to, within context, they have to relate. And that's one of the challenges and the opportunities that we have for this site.
And we're currently working with the other architect that's working on this building closely. There's a good rapport between us, and we'll be modeling this building in the background so we can look at, does it fit? Is it a sister building or is it a stepsister, so to speak?
Okay. With respect to the porte cochere, I think Member Sprague indicated he liked the improvement that he saw there. And I might be missing something on your site plan, but when I think porte cochere, I think of a covered entryway. And I don't see anything covered. I just see a roundabout that you're calling a porte cochere.
So when you see
So-
the dashed lines on the plan,
Yep.
that is covered.
That's
So
covered?
that shows
Okay.
a covered, so you can drive under it outside of the elements and then also walk up to the building outside of the
I don't know
elements.
if I have that site plan, but I've got one here that doesn't show that dashed line here. But, so that's good. Glad to hear that. And then I agree with my colleagues. Building connectivity is important. I mean, you've gone to the effort of putting what looks like a 3-season or 4-season porch on the York Avenue side, but you're not connecting the two buildings. And so you're going to let people that are 83 to 86 years old slips and slide their way in between the buildings. It's not a good idea. So think about that. Parking, I think, will be adequate given the age of the residents. And the engagement of York still doesn't seem right to me for some reason. I think you need to look hard at that. It just doesn't feel right to me. I know that's not very helpful, but because it's so terribly subjective. But it doesn't seem like you've engaged the street as effectively as you can. Okay. You're going to have great architecture. I can see that coming from all the examples that you've given us. But and maybe that'll help when we see it on the next go around. Okay. But take a look at that.
We will.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
Member Sprague.
Just want to clarify, my colleague talked about the Byerly's connection. That's an unenclosed connection. Okay. And I'm talking about an enclosed connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not just a covered, an enclosed connection. Member Bennett?
The slide that you showed with the 12 stories on it reminded me of one thing, and that is, I understand that you're proposing, not proposing here, but you're going to shift the main entrance of the existing building to the back, to the east side. Will you still have a publicly accessible entrance from the west? And what I'm thinking of is people who may be arriving by bus. Are they then going to have to go around both buildings to get to the entrance, or what are you proposing with respect to building entrance to the apartment building?
I believe that they'll be able to come through our building. Again, I think that main level where you see a lot of the common space is going to be extremely accessible to the public with a coffee shop, so they would be able to go through and actually go into the apartment building. There will be entries on both sides of the apartment building. The change actually puts the parking, and it's much, I think, again, in my opinion, better serving the apartment building versus going, it's around the whole building currently today. So they are redoing the main level and making sure that there's entries on both sides.
But a resident or staff member who's arriving by bus, not necessarily wanting to go through the new building, but would be able to, for instance, walk up through the small parking pad that you're showing, the area that's marked porte cochere, and then come around into an entrance that would be accessible both directions. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That is actually a large common space for that lower level on that. They're redoing the whole main floor of that building to make more common space for the residents that live in that building. And then there's also a main entry on the opposite side.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon, I imagine. All right. Thanks, Ms. Colpin. All right, Mr. Neundorf, around?
All right, Ariane, thank you. Well, good evening. This evening I'm here to present two items. We'll start off with the City Council item seeking approval of the Master Redevelopment Agreement for the Pentagon Revival LLC. There'll be a companion item under HRA number 5. The content is the same. The agreement, proposed agreement is the same. What I've done is assemble both the city's team as well as the developer is here with his team to answer any questions that you might have. But in summary, what we're presenting this evening is the proposed master redevelopment agreement that would guide the long-term redevelopment of the 43-acre Pentagon Park properties. This document has been put together with a great deal of time commitment, both on behalf of the city staff, our legal and financial consultants, as well as the developer and his consultants. We've drafted the agreement based on the direction set by the City Council through a number of work sessions along the way, as well as what we've heard from Plan Commission in the preliminary development approval for that site. So this proposed agreement formally establishes a public-private partnership between the city and the HRA and the redeveloper. The general concept is that the developer would bear the responsibility for funding public improvements to those parcels as well as the private improvements, and under the terms of this agreement, the developer could be reimbursed for those public costs. This agreement is, while lengthy in nature, it's just the first step. It's structured in a format where for each phase, as the developer comes back and fine-tunes each one, this body would evaluate and weigh the merits of the specific TIF amount for that specific phase. So the details of what phase 1 looks like versus phase 3 or 4 is going to be held in the future. But this agreement is basically the umbrella document that would govern those future agreements. In my staff report, I summarize the key points of this agreement. It is quite lengthy in nature. We're happy to answer any questions. But I think the predominant theme tonight is that for this deal, the developer assumes the risk and as well as the responsibility for these improvements. The city tonight would pledge its willingness to act as a financial partner in this project and help fund those improvements. The agreement contains specific milestones. Some have specific dates, others have more flexible dates, and that is deemed essential because since this is such a large project with such a long time horizon, we didn't feel it appropriate to lock in specific deadlines for building 1 versus building 15, but there's a range in there. And the city gains protection in the way of kind of check-in agreements with the developer so that if the development goes stale or lapses for any longer than 24 months in the future, the city council would be able to weigh in and reevaluate whether this project is moving forward, whether it's stalled, and whether or not we should still be a financial partner in it. As far as the developer reimbursement, that would be done using a pay-as-you-go TIF note concept, something that's very common in the industry. So essentially, the city would pledge TIF financing for those public improvements, as well as site preparation costs. There's some bad soils out there we've talked about quite a bit. And the developer would hold that note. He would be able to gain payment on that note after his project is completed and is actually delivering new taxes. So again, I think that's one of the general fundamentals of this agreement is that the developer needs to make the commitment, deliver the project, and then he's reimbursed. One of the points that we've been working on throughout these negotiations for the last several months has been specifically which types of improvements would be reimbursable. I'd mentioned the public improvements like roads, sidewalks, underground utilities, those types of things are naturally reimbursable, both under TIF law as well as standard practice. But we'd also include reimbursement for site preparation costs like the soils. Right now there's no stormwater detention in that area other than running into the sewer. So with those costs, those would also be reimbursable. We're also proposing that parking structures be a reimbursable expense with specific conditions. If the developer finds it necessary to be reimbursed for parking structures, he would be required to sign an easement that says that that structure also is available for public parking. The specific terms of that easement agreement would be negotiated at the time of the specific phase. So, for example, if it's a 3-level parking deck versus a 1-level, whether it's close to a public asset where we might want the public parking, we can negotiate the specific terms when that phase comes in for approval. The agreement also contains pretty traditional default criteria in case there's a problem. The concerns of the city would be protected. It also contains traditional look-back agreements where at the end of the project, after the TIF note's been delivered, after the project has been completed, the city bears the right to go back and look at the project finances just to make sure that the TIF note that was pledged was really needed in its full amount. And if there was an excess profit, so to speak, then that TIF note could be adjusted towards the end of the project. So that's a general overview. I'm happy to go through it in more detail, either myself or our consultant team. And in that regard, I'd just like to introduce very briefly the city's consultant team on this has been Ehlers and Associates, as well as Dorsey and Whitney. Mark Ruff and Jay Lindgren are here, as well as Nick Anhut. And then Scott Tankenoff with Hillcrest Development and the Pentagon Revival, as well as his partner team, is also here for any questions. So with that, I'll leave it open for questions.
Before we go into questions from council, Mr. Ruff, Mr. Lindgren, would you come up here, please, with Mr. Neuendorf? City's advisors, both with respect to public finance and on the legal side, and I just want to get your quick thoughts about how the negotiations went and whether you're recommending that the city engage in this master development agreement.
Mayor, council members, Jay Lindgren with the Dorsey and Whitney Law Firm, special counsels of the city. I think it's been very productive, concentrated negotiation. People worked in goodwill. This is a very, in many ways, a very typical deal as far as the levels of risk to the city are very, very low. That's the pay-as-you-go TIF note that Mr. Neuendorf mentioned. This is a somewhat unique deal because there are multiple phases which are determined by future market conditions, and there'll be check-in points later in the future with the council when those particular phases are determined. So that's somewhat unusual. But I guess in my experience, this is something that I think the agreement that we're recommending to you tonight is something that's in the city's best interest.
All right, good. Thank you. Mr. Ruff?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Ruff from Ehlers and Associates, financial advisor for the city. The message we'd heard earlier from the city council was to, in the midst of this agreement, ensure that the city had the ability to use tax increments for projects that they felt were important. That tax increment would be generated by the private development that is to be owned by Mr. Tankenoff and his partners. But we believe this contract also fulfills that goal of being able to utilize the $8 million of tax increment for city-deemed projects within the context of the redevelopment tax increment law. So we feel like those original goals are intact and leave you that flexibility to really enhance this project and the neighboring properties as much as possible. That's all the comments I have.
Thank you. Member Sprague, I think you had your hand up, and then Member Bennett.
Thank you. With respect to the final structure for the clawback provision, how did we arrive at the percentages? So 16 to 18% internal rate of return. There's a 10% TIF clawback, 18 to 20, 15, and then 20 plus is capped at 25.
Mayor, council member, like many of these things, in some ways there's levels of negotiation and sort of compromise. But I think the simplest way to say it is that the overall TIF pro forma that was presented, the pro forma that showed that there was indeed a need for tax increment assistance, in other words, but for the use of tax increment, was based on an overall objective of an internal rate of return of roughly 15%. And so we set that threshold at about that same level of return. And then from there, you have the tiered approach that you see. The original term sheet that we brought to you was a maximum of 25% of the level of return and 25% of the tax increment. That was the cap on the clawback, sort of two limitations on it. And that what we have, and in that term sheet we also said we had not at that point negotiated a final version of a pro forma that showed what would be the sort of minimum levels of return that the developer would want if they were going to proceed. So as you might recall, that term sheet had a range of 16 to 22.5%. And so what we did was create a formula that was consistent with that, but had the 16% range allowing a lower amount of clawback, and then as a higher internal rate of return got to a little bit higher rate of return, but all within those realms that we originally presented to you. I'm not sure I helped clarify that because it is a pretty complicated formula, but again, the simple point is the percentage starts roughly at what would be a reasonable level of return that the developer presumably would be willing to go forward, and so something just beyond that level of return is the point that we start to measure whether or not a clawback should apply.
So 25% is the max that we would enjoy in terms of the clawback provision.
Correct.
Once you're 20 plus internal rate of return, then we're always going to be a 25% participant in that excess.
And that was a position that the developer felt very strongly with, and we heard him and didn't think it was unusual, and we just tried to tailor it as closely as possible to the the kind of pro forma that was actually presented on this project. So that's how we came up with those.
And then there's a section on special assessments, and it gives the master developer a right to subject themselves to special assessments in lieu of TIF-sponsored improvements. And what would be an example of where that might happen?
It's just another tool that's an option. So in this case, remember that within the realm, the whole range of improvements that need to be made, there are both the private development, but also a significant series of public improvements, the street and so forth. The developer could choose to have the property burdened by special assessments, and then the city would, and then the developer would waive all of its rights to protest any of those special assessment amounts, and could elect to have the city do it through a special assessment bond as another alternative. But again, all that security would be by special assessments against the particular piece of property. So it was just an alternative that we wanted to present. Do you want to add anything to that?
So if you did a project on 77th, you could use a TIF portion from their site and still specially assess across the street to benefiting properties, correct?
Well, and feel free, but what this development agreement does is deals with, and I mean, your question is, could you specially assess other properties if you felt that they were benefited? This agreement would not prohibit that.
Okay.
Right. This agreement was specifically written to allow that flexibility. If we were to choose to do that, we'd still have to prove benefit to those neighboring properties, which might be a difficult case to make. But at this point, since there's a lot of public infrastructure to be delivered, we felt it was an option we wanted to keep on the table.
Why would it be difficult to prove?
My understanding is if we did the traditional 429 process, we'd have to demonstrate that the properties were actually given an increase in value based on that improvement. And for example, the Seagate property that's on the south side of the street, in my opinion, is already well served by a functional roadway. The sidewalk is currently on their side of the street. So if we realign the road, put in a new sidewalk, it's delivering something to them that they already have. That's a simplistic way of looking at it, but
that streetscape's not going to look anything like it does today. It's going to be a total transformation. So it's an argument for another time, but
agreed. But
the
it's,
option's there. It
we
doesn't-
wanted to keep the option open.
Right.
Exactly
That's,
right.
That's what I was curious about. Thank you.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Question, I think, for Mr. Lindgren, and that is in the Exhibit C, the parking facilities easement, Article 11, surrender. It says the authority shall, upon the expiration or earlier termination of this agreement, surrender to developer the easement premises. My question is, what is the impact of that? And then per Mr. Neuendorf's description earlier about agreements being written with each phase, is this a template, and how controlling is it as a template?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Bennett, let me answer your second question first. This is the template that any time there was public parking that was financed through tax increment, a final form of this easement would have to be recorded against the property. In the body of the document, we set forth kind of a formula for determining how much public parking would be required at that time based on the type of development, since again that isn't certain now. But if there was going to be tax increment financing that provided public parking, there would have to be some level of public parking, and that level of public parking would have to be recorded in this easement. Okay, so this is a substantially final form, but it doesn't describe the quantity of the parking because that would be determined later. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the surrender provision, what that really means is if in the future this property, the property on which a parking structure was built and in which a public parking easement was created was no longer used for a parking structure, in 30 years or 50 years it was redeveloped into something else, then the parking easement in favor of the public would terminate.
But the easement survives the expiration of the TIF district?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? I have another question. Member Sprague, go ahead.
Thank you. The authority may retain an accountant to audit the submitted phase TIF pro forma at the master redeveloper's cost. What's the usual practice for submitting the phase TIF? It's unaudited. Do cities often leverage this provision and ask for an audited statement?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sprague, in my experience, I've never had to invoke that particular clause. It is a way of just making sure that the information is prepared and presented according to generally accepted accounting principles, so there's not a question about how depreciation is treated or not treated, what's a capitalized expense, what's not a capitalized expense. So it's just creating a language of which everybody is clear on, and sometimes real estate people develop their own language within their own particular sectors, and we just want to make sure that the city and the developer are speaking the same language.
So by having that provision in it further guarantees they're using GAAP.
Correct.
Because they know that they'll be subject to an audit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Brindle.
I would like to make sure that I understand this overall process. So at each of the development phases, we're going to sit down together and we're going to look at the phase. At what point in that phase do we sit down together? Before it starts? Before that construction starts? And we are going to review the elements within that phase. We're going to update this document to match that phase. So are we going to have a separate redevelopment agreement at each phase if it's specific to each phase?
There's a couple questions, or a couple answers to that question. So as far as process and when the council gets involved, the developer is committed to doing the sketch plan process as kind of a mandatory thing. Right now it's an option. So the thought would be that they bring phase one as a concept to the sketch plan.
Right.
And test the water, see how it works, what needs to be tweaked, adjusted, or does it not work. They would then respond, come back with a more developed concept for the site, bring that to the city and our plan commission, and the city would invoke our regulatory role of zoning approvals. Simultaneous to that, we'd have a conversation about the financing for that specific arrangement. So for example, if they bring in a concept that shows 2 4-story office buildings and some public and some parking, there would be a dollar amount affixed to that project. If, for example, our zoning opinion would say no, 3 stories is all you can deliver rather than 4, that might radically adjust their financial arrangements. So I think that there's an iterative process there. So as the developer proceeds from preliminary approval for that specific parcel to final approval, there would be an iterative process about how the city would partner as a financial partner in that particular phase. And we'd repeat that for each phase from now until the next 10, 15 years.
So do we ultimately have one master redevelopment agreement that encompasses all phases? We do.
So in a perfect world, yes. And you can jump in. Yeah. So I'm not a lawyer, but I'll try to answer like one for a minute. So we've crafted this agreement to be as reasonably flexible as is practical, but yet meaningful. I can probably guarantee that we miss something, or in 10 years the economic structure changes and we might need to make some adjustments to this. So I'm not going to rule out the fact that there might be amendments to this in the future, but for each phase we should not have to rewrite this document. We would write a TIF note and an agreement to enter into the TIF note based on these parameters, but we would not have to rewrite this every single time.
Okay.
Jay, did I miss something?
All right.
You've got a red line version on the dais, Mr. Neuendorf, that is slightly different in pagination, and you've eliminated some definitions from the document that we were sent as part of our packets on Friday. Which is the document you want us to be working from?
So after we finished the rewrite last week, we took a day off to get some fresh eyes on it, and we went back, Jay and his team went back to look at it and found that we had a couple definitions that we used 2 months ago, but in the final document we didn't need them. Also some minor, I'll say clerical errors referencing section 4.9 versus section 4.9A, those types of things. Since this document is going to be long-lived, we felt we should clean those up since we found them. So the document that we're requesting and recommending action on tonight is the red line version that shows those minor clarification.
No material changes, though.
Correct. Correct. And that's the document that we have printed out and pre-signed by the developer this evening.
Yeah, I didn't see any substantive changes. They were, some definitional terms were removed.
And Mayor, I'd be happy to do that. It was cleaning it up. So the one that you see on the front page says execution version. And I would say to you, all those changes in that red line are non-substantive. They're just cleanups that we did a final read through, just as Mr. Neuendorf said.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll move the red line version.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the red line version discussion.
I have a little.
All right.
It's really just commentary, and that is that I think in my 6 years on City Council, this is the slowest, most methodical, but slowest project we've seen. So I'm not a patient person, so I'm anxious to see something real, like something that's actually going to happen and what it's going to look like, and see some action on that site. So that's my comment.
All right, before we vote, I want to ask the redeveloper to come up, please. And while we have a cover memo from Mr. Roundhorst, Mr. Tankenoff, Well, we have a covering memo from Mr. Neuendorf from the city saying the redeveloper is agreeable to these updates and has pre-signed the proposed agreement. I would like both of you to verify that you are agreeable to the terms and conditions of this execution copy, and then confirm for us whether or not you have signed the agreement.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am agreeable on behalf not only of myself, but Pentagon Park Revival, Pentagon Revival LLC, and to your point, Member Brindle, we are very excited to get going and start working on some very substantive things.
Mr. Roundhorse, any additional
Yes.
comment?
No, I, as Scott has stated, am fully agreeable with the agreement, and this is a time to launch. So yes, we're very anxious as well to move forward.
In section 8.1, you indicate that you've elected to receive the first increment in 2018. That tells me that you're thinking about some things here in phase one. It's not that far off.
The time is now, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We won't press you further. All right. We've got your agreement, Mr. Roundhorse, as well?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. And we've got a motion and a second. And any further discussion? All those in favor of entering into the master redevelopment agreement, do we need a roll call? Oh, all those in favor of entering into the master redevelopment agreement for Pentagon Revival LLC, that's labeled execution version by staff and legal counsel, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Thank you all for your outstanding work. This is a very complex piece of work. And Mr. Neuendorf looked pretty ragged that night you finished. Over at the, good thing he was at Taste of Edina doing, yeah, right. I'm sure that you got into the samples later on. All right. Thank you, folks. Look forward to this. This is really this is a legacy project for everybody involved here. And Mr. Lindgren and Mr. Ruff, thanks for your excellent assistance, and the rest of your team as well. All right. Now, we've got Resolution 2014-59 to consider. And Mr. Wallen, Director Wallen, you have this matter. This involves the authorization for the sale of general obligation utility revenue bonds involving the Pamela Park project, the sports dome, and I believe the ice arena.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is two resolutions, 2014-59, 2014-60. The first is for the sale of public project revenue bonds, 2014. That is would be for the financing of the sports dome, hockey arena improvements, outdoor rink, and the Pamela Park improvements. The second issue in question is a sale of, it would be Resolution 2014-60 for the sale of general obligation utility revenue bonds, 2014-A. The sale would happen approximately 1 month for the second meeting in June. The amount of the first issue is $16,360,000. The amount of the second issue is $5,925,000. And Mark Ruff is here tonight for this issue as well, and is available to discuss tax consequences for what, in particularly the first issue, the public project revenue bonds. And if I could call him for just a minute here.
All right. Thank you, Director Wallen.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Ruff with Ellers. A couple of highlights on John's comments. First of all, the general obligation utility revenue bonds are obviously paid with sewer and water, stormwater revenues. State law allows you as a city council to utilize general obligation bonds without a referendum or without special law. Those bonds are relatively short term, they're 10 years. Today's interest rate market is very favorable, and we do anticipate going back to both Moody's and Standard & Poor's to review your AAA ratings. We don't anticipate any concerns with those ratings, but we will certainly keep the council apprised as we move through that process. Moody's has changed their rating criteria, much like Standard & Poor's did last summer, that you were one of the first cities to go through that process in the nation. So the utility revenue bonds are very straightforward. They're associated with street reconstruction primarily, and something that you do on a regular basis. The public project revenue bonds for the recreational facilities is a little more complex, but again, something that you've done in the past. The gymnasium space that was constructed on school property used the same type of financing. The original City Hall financing was also utilizing that same structure. The HRA technically owns the facility and leases it to the city. The complexity of that particular bond issue is more related to the fact that, number one, we had another metropolitan city that did default on a recreational facility in the last 2 years, and that has shaken the market slightly for these types of facilities. We think that that concern is overcome by your long-standing efforts related to recreation within Edina, your support of those efforts, and the fact that you're not accounting on using any of the revenues to make debt service payments, as was that other facility. You are planning on using a tax levy to support 100% of the debt service. That tax levy, under current estimates, will be about $1.2 million, specifically at 105% of the levy, which is what state law asks you to ask you to the levy, is $1,230,000. So that is a substantial increase in the levy. It does have the result of raising your tax rate such that on a $300,000 homestead that's in the neighborhood of $38 a year. For a $500,000 homestead, it's $65 a year, and for a $750,000 homestead, it's over $100 a year of a tax impact. The good news is we are, again, in that lower interest rate environment. These are longer bonds. They're 20-year bonds, and the interest rates that we are anticipating would be in the mid-3 range, specifically around 3.7, 3.8%. So historic low interest rates, but still certainly a significant amount of debt for the city to take on at this point in time. There is a small chance that, given the concern of that other facility and sometimes interruptions in the market, that you receive less than 2 bids. We may come to you on the 17th and say that the market was in flux and may suggest another alternative. That doesn't happen very often for the city of Edina, but I've grown paranoid enough with market conditions and sometimes the difficulty in selling bonds on a particular day that we may come back with an alternative structure. That's just a heads up, but we anticipate that, given demand in today's market and, again, the credit quality of Edina, we will not have that situation. So the last thing I'll just remind the council is that because they're not general obligation bonds, those lease revenue bonds will be likely a notch lower than your AAA rating, so we can expect a AA plus rating from Standard & Poor's and a AA1 rating from Moody's, which is what is typical. But again, just so you're aware of that nomenclature when it does arrive. With that, be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Ruff? Member Sprague?
I know you're very conservative in your projections, but usually aren't we oversubscribed for our offerings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want these as 2 separate motions?
Let me ask Mr. Ruff, would you stay up there, please, for a moment? You, as part of your memorandum, you had a review of existing debt. I think this is something all of us think about from time to time. You know, how close are we getting to being able to have City Hall paid off? The next debt that we've got coming up that may be considered for refunding is in early 2015. And I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more detail on that in terms of what that might, what the effect for taxpayers might be by that early refunding.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the most significant savings would be on a utility revenue bond. So again, it would reduce sewer and water rates. there is the option for either prepaying or also refinancing one of your improvement bonds, your street bonds. That is undertaken. And then lastly, the gymnasium debt that I referred to earlier likely will be also refinanced. I would say, though, that those are, while good refinancings for savings, we're talking about probably savings less than $100,000 a year. So it's not going to make a dramatic drop in the city's tax levy over the near term. If you are curious about just the staggering of when debt's going to be paid off, I don't have that information with me this evening, but certainly we can come back to you on the day of sale and present to you a chart that shows, what your debt looks like in terms of falling off over the next several years. And I know that's been a particular concern for the street reconstruction debt. You have reached a point, I think, now where, because you kept that debt short, and it's a credit to your staff and to the council that you had that discipline, that we're going to start replacing debt then. So it's not a continuing increase amount of debt. We're paying off the same amount that we'll be issuing over a period of time, and also because you've moved past some of those very large reconstruction projects. But we'll come back to you with that information if that's acceptable.
It'd be good to have that analysis, I think. Other questions for Mr. Ruff? And Member Sprague, you had a question. There's two resolutions there. Do you want them handled separately, Roger?
You can move both resolutions in one motion.
All right.
I would prefer they be separate.
All right.
I'll move resolution number 2014-59.
Second.
All right. We got a motion and a second for the sale of public project revenue bonds, Series 2014, which deals with the Braemar Outdoor Ice Rink, the refrigeration improvements, the Pamela Park improvements, and the sports dome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Carried.
I'll move resolution 2014-60.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second on 2014-60, which is the sale of general obligation utility revenue bonds to underwrite the various water and stormwater projects we take care of as part of street reconstruction projects paid for out of the utility fund. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. Well,
Thanks.
We'll see you again when this work is done. The next matter we have in the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda is a discussion about the financial assistance that's been requested by Fairview Southdale Hospital with respect to their new emergency room. And sequentially, what we're going to do is have the hospital make their presentation with their team, and then Manager Neal has written a very comprehensive memo. I think we'll have him go through that with the different options. And then we can have a discussion about this in terms of next steps. So, Mr. Laka.
I promise you we're not going through all this. This is a little background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, Sprague, Swenson, Bennett, Trimble, and Manager Neal. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to come back the second time after all this. As you may recall, we met a year ago. By the way, I'm Larry Lauka, 1000 Coventry Place, Edina. That's in Centennial Lakes. We were here some time ago, maybe a year ago now, discussing with you the possibilities of your publicly supporting, financially supporting the development of this new emergency room, emergency center, Fairview Southdale. It's rather interesting tonight. We run into a couple of issues here, listening to the conversation about your medical district. Well, we're the heart of that medical district. Also, tonight or this week is your emergency services week. We appreciate all of that, and that we're, of course, a significant part of it. Anyway, a year ago, when we met and talked to you about the possibilities of your financial support, we left encouraged that you felt somewhat supportive of our cause. You were somewhat worried about how one might do that or how the City Council might do that. So we proceeded, I can figure out how to move this thing. We proceeded with Mayor Hovland and Manager Neal to look at various possibilities. And over the year, I first jumped on the idea of Centennial Lakes TIF, having been one of the co-developers of both Centennial Lakes and Edinburgh. I was fancied by how well those two projects have done financially for the city, and I assumed rather quickly that, well, we're on the other end of that district now with the hospital. There's a possible potential revenue source for the request that we were about to make. That proved not to be available to us. Fairview is a not-for-profit facility, and apparently that TIF money can't be used in that regard. We looked then at a medical district concept, and that failed to really produce enough revenue to support the requests that we're making. The tax abatement, that failed somewhat for the same reason. We finally got two, and we thank Manager Neal for this, coming back with another potential source for revenue, and that's what we're here to discuss tonight. I'm not going to get into those details because Scott will do that much better than I if you're interested in discussing those four variables as we proceed. I'm going to take you through quickly a little of the history of this. I know it's this late hour. You all know this stuff. The packet I've given you covers much of it. There's a big appendix at the back that has a lot of details and specifics. But we found a picture of 1965 when the hospital was built in and about 1965. It's rather interesting to note how little else there is around Fairview Hospital at that time. Crosstown had been built, Southdale was up and running, but there's a large acreage of void between the Crosstown and 494. Since that time, however, considerable activity has taken place, and I was somewhat amazed. I drove down when I accepted this role, and by the way, I'm a volunteer, resident of the city, volunteer, been on the board of Fairview Southdale for Hospital for the 12 years that they let you serve. I was maybe the loudest voice for the last 5 or 6 years about improving our emergency center. I think that's the most essential amenity, we might call it, for the city of Edina, and when it's woefully inadequate. So I made a lot of noise over the years on that board. And eventually, we caught the eye of the Fairview system, and they came back and they told us that go ahead, put something together, and let's see what it's going to cost. In the meantime, the process of doing that, though, we began to look at really the impact that Fairview has made on this city. And if I'm going to try to impress you with anything tonight, and that is ask you to look closely at the economic impact that this hospital has made and will continue to make, and not only in terms of taking care of the people in this community, but in terms of tax dollars and revenues that have come directly and indirectly from that. Driving down Xerxes, driving down France Avenue one morning, and one afternoon I started counting offices, and I asked the staff to put together a graphic of just how many medical facilities, privately owned medical facilities, are in what we'll call this expanded medical district. We found some 44 such developments. The real estate value of those last year was a little over $300 million. That's a substantial improvement. When you look at the 1965 picture, you look at the 2013 tax values, much of that is there because the hospital is there. So it's really the heart of that whole medical complex. I don't think there's any question about that. Those properties developed last year in 2013 tax revenues of a little over $10 million. Now about $3 or $4 million of that comes to the city of Edina. But the point is that those 44 red dots up and down France and Xerxes and in between have generated a tremendous amount of economic wealth for this community. So we're somewhat unembarrassed, I would guess, about coming in and asking for your financial support, because we think the additions that we've made to the hospital in the last few years alone, a $30 million OR facility. Now we have the state-of-the-art operating rooms. We have a new eye clinic. We have a heart center. We continue to add value. We're going to add another $42 million to that project, because that's what this is going to cost. There's currently 3 or 4 projects that you've been entertained with or entertaining to do. The Aurora project, the expansion of Southdale Medical, and the Twin Cities Orthopedics, which is already up. Probably another $100 million worth of value will be added here in the next few years. So if you think back in terms of how that happened, largely it happened not just because of the hospital, but largely because of the hospital. But its location is key, and it always is in the real estate development business. This hospital is very accessible, and that's why it's used as much as it is. Well, you can keep that in mind. In addition to that, if you take a look at the employment, we are your largest employers in this city. And there's some 4,300 people that come and go out of that place throughout the week. I'm mostly interested, and was when I was on the board, about what I call them the docents. There's 500 volunteers that wear those jackets that help people in and out of that hospital. Those are people like myself that volunteer their services to this facility. But on top of that, you've got another 3,800 people who are being paid for their services, their professional services. And that has its impact, too, in the community. We asked some economic folks to give us some kind of an idea of what the multiplier effect is of all of these factors which add up to the economics of this hospital. And it's somewhere in excess of almost $500 million, or a little better than $500 million a year. Those aren't our numbers. Those are numbers which are driven by all of the various aspects of revenues and dollars that are spent in and about this medical district. Let me talk a little bit about what we are doing. These are some numbers that you've heard, but I want to impress you again with the fact of the traffic that this hospital cares for. Last year, there were some over 200,000 inpatient and outpatient visits, 20,000 surgeries. 43,600 people entered that emergency room last year. Now, that number might be bigger, but in our 15,000 square feet space, when people have to come in and wait for 3 or 4 hours, they sometimes go somewhere else. And that's unfortunate. That doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen at peak time. So that number might be larger. There were 871 stroke treatments last year, and this hospital is one of the national leaders in stroke. You heard your paramedics talk today, Chief Schmidt talked today, and be complimented today about the services that they perform. That stroke and that 700 heart treatments, by the way, constitute a tremendous amount of quality experience. Your paramedics and our OR, ER physicians, I might add, have worked together with Bluetoothing and whatever it has. When somebody hits the gurney, they're being taken care of right away. So we have some of the greatest results in terms of saving lives from stroke and heart. Time is of the essence in this regard. So we're pretty proud of that. And as I think Mayor Hovland said earlier today, Edina is number 1. If you're going to have a heart attack, this is the place to have it, largely because of your paramedics and their relationship in the location and the availability of this hospital and the surgeons that are there waiting for you at the door. Anyway, I don't know what I did there, but it was interesting. We did talk a little bit about what we're trying to do. About a year or so back, we started talking about doing more in terms of continuing education with your paramedics. We're about to try to set up now something with Chief Schmidt in that regard, so that we can even improve the time between their call and our service to those people. That's a tremendously important relationship, and it happens here because you folks run a good paramedics operation, and we run a pretty good hospital. There's a number of names here that I bring to your attention, and many of the names that you will recognize. These are people that have served on this board. Like I mentioned, I served 12 years on that, and then you're asked to leave. And if you make a lot of noise, they sometimes ask you to do something else after that. And that would happen in my instance. But all of these people, I'm a person, I think I can represent them all, feel so strongly about this hospital. Once you get involved in it, once you begin to see what they do and how well they do what they do, you become sold on the fact that this is one tremendous asset for this city. So what I'm trying to do here is suggest that there's an economic value to what we're doing, also suggesting there's a very practical value of what we're doing in terms of mending bodies and saving lives. So in that regard, we set about to build this new center. We had to move up from 15,000 feet. We needed something we could work with. We did design something that ended up costing $42 million. As you know, it's under construction. We went to Fairview initially, the Fairview system, and they came back to us and said the best they could do was $27 million to make that work. So they said, when we said, and that's when I was asked to take this chairmanship, can you go out and raise $15 million to build a facility that we would like to offer to this city? And we did. We set out to raise the $15 million. We went back to the Fairview, hat in hand, so to speak, and they were able to come up with another $3 million. So now we're $12 million that needed to be raised privately. We've had a lot of luck bringing this message to people. A lot of large but many small contributions have been offered in this past year. We've raised $8.7 million. So we're $3.3 million short of getting to where we wish to go. The risk of not finishing all of this, by the way, I will get to in just a minute, but the risk that if we fail to get through the $3.3 million, that we will not finish the center. And what we're not going to finish is what we now call the chronic care facility. That's the second level. This is a new, novel kind of component to emergency care. What we found over the years, particularly with an aging population, what we're finding over the years is that more and more people come in for service, whether it be, some cancer treatment, migraines, epilepsy, what have you. The list is long. People come in, they use the emergency service, they're in there for 2, 3, 4 hours, but they do take a bed. We only have 30 beds. And when those beds are taken, people that walk in the door that need emergency service may have to go somewhere else. So we decided if we're going to build a new center, let's add a chronic care facility where we can separate those people, we can provide them a place, we can provide them the service that they can come in, spend their 3, 4 hours, not take up expensive emergency room space, but move on. The cost of that is about $3.5 million. Well, we're short of that. So at this point, we're not going to finish the chronic care, although we've got another year. But the contractor is moving forward, and one of these days he's going to ask us, are you ready or are you not? Once they pull off the site, I'm afraid our costs will be considerably more. Anyway, that's where we are. We've had a lot of luck in tapping people to support the cause. But down deep, we've wanted to come back to you because we think this is a community hospital. This is your hospital. It's your economic engine. It's your largest employer. And at this point, we need some help. We're asking for $2 million. And we've talked about doing that over a period of time. If we can structure the right kind of finance vehicle with you, Scott will explain all of this in a moment, we can finance the $2 million. We've got another $1.5 million to raise after that, about $1.3 million to raise after that. We got a year to do it. I'm pretty sure we'll get that done. But we want to be able to tell the contractor, we want to be able to tell Fairview that we're going to finish this thing, we're going to finish it next summer, we're going to grand open it, we're going to have a first-class, state-of-the-art emergency center and a chronic care center all in one. So that's the point. I will ask Scott to explain to you what we've done and what works and what doesn't work. And I hope that you'll consider this in the next few weeks if possible. There's 3 other cities that we've visited with, Eden Prairie, Richfield, and Bloomington. We've met with their city managers, their mayors, and we've talked to them about this is their hospital as well. It's not in their community, but it's their hospital as well. That's our market. We service those people. Some of those 200,000 people came out of those cities. Some of those 44,000 emergency folks came out of those cities. So we feel justified in asking them to help us as well. But they all ask the same question. what is Edina doing? I said, we'll be back. So I want to go back to those cities. I fully expect that they'll participate in some level, but they're asking and looking to see what kind of leadership the city of Edina will generate first. My colleagues here, Brad Beard, president of the hospital, Rob Grumman, who runs everything from facilities on, is here. Sean Teal from the foundation is here. And I might add, this is the first effort that Fairview Systems have made to philanthropize construction of a facility. The reason they're doing it is that they have to do it. The margins in the hospital business no longer provide the capital that this system needs to maintain and to build these new kinds of facilities. So we're here, we're looking for some support, and we hope that you will consider it. Scott? Thank you. Thank you.
That deals with the possibilities that are out there in terms of potentially assisting in some way our community hospital. So if you want to walk us through that memorandum, I think that would be helpful as the next step here before we go into some conversation.
I will. I appreciate the presentation we just received from Mr. Laka, and I believe every word of it. And I think you should too. I think it's hard to underestimate the economic value that Fairview Southdale Hospital has in Edina. It's very strong. It has a magnetic force when it comes to collateral medical development that really forms a substantial portion of our tax base in the community. So we're very fortunate to have the hospital here. That being said, the options I have for you to respond to their request are few, and they're in varying levels of unattractiveness. But I do want to go over them with you tonight. So what we have identified really in the memorandum is 4 potential sources of revenue should the City Council wish to grant this request. The first level, or the first response, or excuse me, the first source of funds you could look into is really simply our general fund. We have the ability to levy a general fund property tax levy across the tax base of the community. That levy could be in any amount, really, to respond to this request. In the example that Mr. Laka has on the screen in front of us, of $400,000 a year for 5 years is $2 million. That's a hypothetical, and it was just one particular scenario we ran. $2 million in 1 year is a possibility. $2 million over 10 years is a possibility. Somewhere in there, if there is interest by the council, we could discuss varying levels of tax impact. The disadvantage of the advantage of that particular source of revenue, of course, is that it's spread over a large base, over $9 billion in value over the entire community. It does produce, as you can see on the screen in front of you, what I think is fair to call a modest tax impact, $17.90 on the median single-family household, home value, which is $400,000 in 2014. The downside of that particular source of revenue, of course, is that we fund a lot of things with our general fund tax revenue. We fund a lot of operations, we fund capital projects, we fund even some debt with that levy. And mixing the potential levy for the hospital into that mix does have the ability does create could be a non-transparent levy, and some people could make that argument, and does have the impact of increasing our levy that we use to compare ourselves to our comparable cities. The second option that I've described in the memorandum is the HRA. So the city can issue a property tax levy through its Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Many cities with HRAs do that. Edina has not, does not, and has not. So this would be a new levy. One of the advantages, of course, is that it would be specifically dedicated to this funding request. So it's very transparent. It would be presumably only for this request. It's on a special line on the property tax form, so it's very easy to see. It has the same projected impact as a general fund property tax, and it doesn't skew our general fund tax levy. So that's some of the advantages, and has the same disadvantages, of course, as the general fund levy. It is a property tax increase. It's a property tax increase on taxpayers, right? And taxpayers aren't necessarily the same. In fact, taxpayers are not the same as patients and customers of Fairview Southdale Hospital. They are not the same groups of people. The third option that we looked at was tax abatement. There is a provision in Minnesota state statutes that we can abate property taxes, and in Minnesota, abating property taxes really is redirecting property taxes from a geographic area into another use. And in fact, we looked at the geographic area that roughly corresponds to the regional medical district, and we determined that there's about $300,000 of city property taxes that are paid by the property taxpayers in that district that could be redirected to fund this request. The upside of that is that you're not levying a new property tax on other taxpayers, but you would be redirecting $300,000 of taxes we currently receive and directing it to the hospital request. So we would need to either make some kind of $300,000 cut in our operations or have some kind of reaction to that. The final option that we looked at in response to the request was a straight contribution out of our cash, and really that means our CIP in our case, our capital improvement program. This would be a really difficult and disruptive choice, but it is a choice that's available to the council. Every year, and this is the year that we do our capital budgeting, we show you the graph of, where if we do current spending trends, our CIP goes negative in just a few years from now. This would exacerbate that date where that fund goes into the red. So that has a particular immediate and quite disruptive impact if that's what we do. What I have recommended to you, if you decide that this is something that you're interested in doing, is that I believe the HRA tax levy is probably the best vehicle to provide this assistance, in that it's under your control. You have the ability to levy this tax. We don't levy it right now. It's very transparent. And it's something that I think we could point to with a pretty high degree of certainty that we'll be able to levy, and we can do it legally for this purpose. But first of all, you have to get yourselves there. You have to get yourself to the position that you believe it's not only necessary but imperative that we as a city provide this funding. From an economic development standpoint, most of our economic development decisions are made on the philosophy that economic development is about giving incentives, not rewards. We use our public funds to incent certain behaviors or certain actions or certain investments. We don't use them as a reward for something that somebody already did, or something that or a career of community contributions. And I think that's an important distinction to keep in mind. We do use that as a basic philosophy, and it's one of the issues that Mr. Laka mentioned earlier, that with a TIF district, because the hospital is a nonprofit hospital in this state, the part of the hospital that is under redevelopment right now does not pay taxes. It's exempt from local property taxation. So we don't have the ability in this case, because the project has already started, to develop a TIF proposal that passes all the necessary but-for tests, and that has the weakness in that regard. That really is sort of the highs and lows of what your options are as a city. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about my report or anything else.
As I said earlier, it was a very well done report. One of the elements of your report that dealt with tax abatement indicated that there could be an alternative to what you discussed, and that was that the council could also choose to set a baseline year and commit property taxes over and above those of the baseline year to the hospital through the use of the tax abatement tool. This, of course, would require the anticipation of new construction in the district or significant increases in future valuations to get to the level that they were at. Would you comment further on that?
What I'm getting at there, and I've had some discussion with Mr. Ruff about this particular option today, in some ways we have the ability to develop our own kind of targeted tax abatement program that we could tailor to medical, if we chose, to tailor to medical redevelopment in a particular district in our city. So we could create a tax abatement district, and I've shown you in the attachment to this memo a hypothetical district, but I think it has some consistency with the zoning that's already in place. That we could look for examples of new development that's been incented or has been caused by the hospital or by Fairview Corporate to exist in that area. That's been brought here and specifically brought to Edina because of this program. We could identify new developments. We could segment their particular property tax revenue stream that would have come to the city, and we can make an agreement with Fairview or however we want to do it to redirect all or part of that property tax stream as an incentive for that development to occur there. It has a little bit of a feel of a TIF district, and it could be done like that.
Mm-hmm. But it cannot overlap our existing Southdale 2 TIF district, is what I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It cannot. And that's, according to our advisors, is not a good idea in any case. But particularly in our case, it would not be a good idea because we now have, or we will have soon when the governor signs the tax bill, we have a brand new legal authority to do affordable housing funding in Edina that nobody else in our state has, and we do it with the benefits of that Southdale 2 TIF district. So disturbing that, the boundaries of that, disturbs the financial integrity of that district, and we campaigned and worked very hard to get that funding authority, so we should not do that, I believe.
One of the interesting things I thought you pointed out in your memo was that while they're a nonprofit and exempt from property tax, and I've had some folks tell me, well, that's the way we subsidize them. We're already subsidizing them that way. But the fact is, by state law, they're a nonprofit for a reason. And you point that out in your memo, that the state created this property tax exemption for nonprofit hospitals to allow them to dedicate their revenues to exclusively to health care related costs. And we know, I think from experience, that they're contributing about $13 million a year in uncompensated care. So that was an interesting observation too that I thought you had in this memo. You also pointed out that the city does not have a policy for how it will consider or grant financial contributions to property tax exempt nonprofits. And as we know from looking at all these different options, state statute prohibits the city from making a financial contribution to a nonprofit organization, but apparently there's an exception with respect to a local nonprofit hospital.
That's right.
That you point out in your memorandum. Yep. And could you explain that in a little bit more
Well,
detail?
I'm not sure that I can explain the rationale for it, but I can tell you that after consulting with Mr. Lindgren and others, we do know that to be true. There was a point where our presentations to you were saying we were specifically barred from it, but after more analysis, we are not.
Mr. Ruff, could you come up here for a moment, please? I wanted to hear a little bit more from you about this potential targeted tax abatement program that could be developed that would kind of secure our base, and then the increment above that base could be used to potentially help the hospital.
Manager Neal and I did discuss it. We have utilized that tool in other cities. The city of Minnetonka recently granted a similar request from its major shopping center, which used tax abatement and is utilizing both some new construction associated with the Nordstrom store and also increased value over the next 15 years for that particular facility. And so the cities don't use this tool a lot because it is such a flexible tool. It's hard to say yes to one organization within your community and no to another when, unlike TIF, which is very restrictive, you can use tax abatement on just about any development. But, that city made the determination that that was an economic engine for that particular city, and you certainly could make a similar finding. Tax abatement does require not a but-for test. In other words, the fact that they've started this project, if it was TIF, would be prohibitive, but it's not the case for tax abatement. But it does require you in the findings of undertaking tax abatement to find that the benefits of the assistance outweigh the costs. And so there's a metric there that if you as the city wanted to utilize the money would have to meet that finding.
Right. Member Swenson had another thought that we talked about today. Member Swenson, do you want to broach that with Mr. Ruff?
Tax abatement, are they doing it what's currently paid in taxes in that area of Ridgedale? Or are they doing it on everything that's new?
Just on the increased value.
The increased value.
So they did set a base similar to tax increment, correct?
And this purple potential FSH tax abatement district, what east-west street does that hit? I can see the crosstown.
65th.
So the project that's, everything on the south of 65th is included in the Southdale TIF?
Right.
Even though we say that that's part of our medical district?
Right.
Okay, so those two areas don't match?
Not exactly, no.
Okay.
Mr. Ruff, why don't you stay up there for a moment?
In that, is there any time that someone has taken a medical district and put a surcharge on the real estate that's in that medical district that benefits from that hospital?
The short answer that I'm aware of is no. I mean, we have a state where development impact fees are highly litigated. Mr. Knutson is much greater expert than I am on that particular issue. So
that would potentially take a legislative change to do something like that.
What we're discussing from a tax abatement standpoint is something we could do.
No.
We could put some time into it.
It was my other concept.
Well, that idea was raised with me today by some property owners, actually in the TIF district, not in the potential medical district. But they were saying we're direct and indirect beneficiaries of having a hospital there, and a lot of our tenants are there because of the fact that the hospital is sited in the neighborhood. Could you do something where you would assess us in a district for the benefits that accrue to us from being in the, I'll call it the regional medical district, which would of course overlap with the TIF district? Is something like that possible without legislation?
Boy, the tool that springs to mind most directly on that would be a special service district. It's it's the idea that properties voluntarily are increasing their own taxes for services that are above and beyond what are typical for other city businesses. It's primarily a commercial tool. It's not applicable for residential.
Not unlike what we do at 50th in France, but it's typically to fund services, not just the intangible value of being in the district.
So whether that or some kind of voluntary assessment is a better tool would be something that we'd have to evaluate. But it's an interesting idea.
All right. Would a special services district require legislative approval?
The answer is no, as long as the uses meet the current statute. So that would be the only question, is if there was some part of that statute that is not agreeable with this particular proposal.
And that there's a certain percentage of property owners that have to agree to it. It's not
right,
true?
There's a minimum threshold on a petition, and it's in the neighborhood of 35 to 50% have to petition, and then there's a veto of a similar amount as well, right? Similar to a housing improvement area.
So we've got a world-class medical facility that happens to be our city's largest and arguably most important employer. And the secondary impact with the medical-related businesses on I'll call it our medical campus, creates value for the community that's really rarely matched. And when I look at some of the data, we're getting total property taxes generated in 2013 of over $10 million. The portion allocated to the city is over $3 million. Just from ancillary development that's sprung up around the hospital over time. And that doesn't include, as Mr. Locke has said, $100 million worth of property probably coming online in the next year and a half. So does that give you any ideas in terms of a special services district or rationale for it? I guess you still have to have a certain level of approval.
Correct.
From what you say, but from the property owners in that district. Could that district, that special services district, overlap the TIF district?
I know of no restriction between those two tools. I know for a fact that several of our clients have special service districts in a TIF district.
But remember, the presumption behind a special services district is the provision of a service. It's there typically for snow removal or garbage collection or some other kind of collectivized service.
We work with quite a few special service districts, and I think as Scott says, that means you're providing a service that the city would not otherwise provide. It's over and above. And your downtown area wants planters, or you want to put up signs, or you want to put up benches, and the city says, all right, we'll put them up downtown, but you folks in the downtown area have to come in, petition us to set up the special service district. Then we will tax you to provide that service.
That's exactly what we talked about with the city of Minneapolis in terms of the parking facilities down at 50th and France. We wanted them to consider going to the legislature to set up a first of its kind joint special services district to have merchants on both sides of 50th or both sides of France help pay for that.
But at least under the current law, I don't see, frankly, how it would work to use this current statute to provide money to.
So when they did the Mayo project, Mayo made noise about expanding other places, and the state legislature realized that it was a great economic engine for not only Rochester but the state. Made some accommodation for the Mayo by giving the city of Rochester, as I recall, helped them create better infrastructure systems to be able to accommodate the projected growth in the medical business,
as well as state matching funds.
Yeah.
Correct.
So is there anything akin to that? This isn't really infrastructure, but it seems like it would have to be something that we would go to the legislature about.
It would.
but I'm wondering about that as a possibility too. If we could create kind of a mini Mayo situation here, because this isn't a situation peculiar to Edina. I think, I got a call yesterday from a lobbyist who represents a healthcare organization. He said all over the metro, every community that has a community hospital cited in it has the hospital facing these same sorts of challenges in this environment where it's not the business it used to be. And so are there ways that a city can be a partner with the hospital to make sure that we're still delivering to our residents the highest quality health care? And I just would note in passing that we've had a dramatic improvement in mortality rates in our community since 2003, in large part due to the sort of relationship that we've had with the hospital on emergency medical services. So it strikes me that it is arguably a life and death situation here, where we're trying to make sure that our residents get the highest quality health care they can get. And is there some way that we can be a good partner without going to people and saying, we're going to put a tax on your household of $17.50 a year for 5 years?
I think if, Manager Neal, Mr. Mayor, that the council is interested in that. I've found that some further information from your peers who also have similar facilities is a helpful place. St. Louis Park has worked very hard in their partnership with Methodist Hospital. I work with the city. I work with Woodbury. They've worked very hard in their partnership with the Woodlands facility. Maple Grove worked very hard to get that facility built. North Memorial's joint venture as well. And so, all of those communities, I think, work very hard to support those hospitals. I'm not aware of how much direct financial incentive has been provided to those, but we may discover something if that's something that you're curious about. That would be a worthwhile survey, and I know that Burnsville has worked very hard for that.
I know the answer to that question. The answer is zero. I've talked to the city managers in Woodbury, Burnsville, Maple Grove, and St. Louis Park just today. They've all done various, as Mr. Ruff indicates, they've all done a number of different things to be participative in development, in co-developing, in incenting, but when it comes to providing cash gift or cash support to their hospital, they have not taken that step yet.
So what are some of the things that they have done to be a partner with their hospital?
In the St. Louis Park case, they have been able to, as some hospitals are, including our hospital, it is a non-tax, it's a tax-exempt core that's surrounded by tax-paying properties, and so they've been able to use TIF tools to provide assistance. But in our case, we're not able to do that because of the but-for. The project is underway, and we can't make that same but-for test like we could.
Well, they're a nonprofit. I thought we couldn't use it. We couldn't use TIF because they were a nonprofit, even if we could meet the but-for test.
That's the discussion I had with Tom Harmoning today.
But going forward, this is not going to address the current project. But going forward, if we wanted to partner and provide an incentive model, we could use a tax abatement district, and you set the baseline, and then any increment that meets the policy guidelines, they were co-participants in the redevelopment or whatever, then we could let some of that increment flow back to the hospital, and we have to figure out what the ratios were. That's a method that we could employ going forward.
It is. Yeah, we could develop with our consulting partners. We could develop a proposal for you in connection with the discussions with the hospitals as well, that provides incentives for not only our hospital but perhaps for Fairview Corporate to look at Edina twice when it's making its decisions about how it allocates its capital, with the idea that perhaps they would see an incentive program that we provide as a greater return on their capital investment in this city as opposed to Burnsville or Maple Grove or Wyoming or somewhere else.
And if no one else is doing that, then we're ahead of the game.
I think so.
Member Swenson.
Is it possible to change the northern boundary of the Southdale to TIF district to not go past 66th Street?
Mr. Ruff, that might be a good question for you. It would be, we'd be moving the TIF district line
To
the
where
south.
the medical district line is.
But, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Swenson, I think my answer would be the same as Manager Neal mentioned earlier, which is legally, can you do it? I think the answer is yes. Given the relationship with your legislators who fought awfully hard for that special legislation, you know, that's something that you all have to weigh the political capital that would be associated with that decision.
I would say it's problematic. I mean, when we were having our discussions with Senator Scully and Senator Franzen and Senator Rest, I mean, we were looking at the tax value of that district, and they were looking at that as well. And if for us to move a line would...
Yeah, no, it's just that it didn't hit the medical district.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Member Bennett.
Well, and to Manager Neal's point, not just, and Mr. Ruff's points, not just our legislators, but all the other legislators who supported it. I think there has been a question in the past, is this a community that really needs anything at the legislature? And to have support, to have gained support for a couple of important measures this year, I think.
I'll believe you. You don't have to. Because
Well, so we got a baseline from your memo in the Southdale, or in the in that area, the proposed medical district area of $300,000. Is that right?
In
So,
current
in current
city
tax
taxes,
collections.
so basically,
So we didn't abate any of that. We could capture, as Member Sprague said, the increment above that.
Yes.
And pay it over time to the hospital.
Good.
And not hurt our current financial operations. Member Swenson, sorry to interrupt.
it's okay. No. It's kind of where I was headed. I was just trying to figure out.
All or a portion of the increment, because you want to increment the other players in the redevelopment.
The downside of that scenario, as we've discussed it with hospital staff, is that it's a fairly unpredictable source of revenue, and it's entirely possible it could be fairly small. It's just hard to predict what it will be, and so it doesn't provide them the same sort of opportunity to leverage. You know, if you're the hospital and the council makes a tax commitment to you of $400,000 a year, $400,000 a year for 5 years, that's something they can leverage in the short term so they can do their project in the very short term. But committing an abatement value in that district, it would be pretty hard for us to predict what it would be.
Mr. Ruff, can you have a tax abatement district with an indefinite term? Or are you bound by state law to have a definitive term?
Maximum term is 20 years. What year you start that, year one, is up to you. So you could start it 2 years from now, or when your first development occurs. So if an expansion of an office building nearby occurred, then you could have that be year one. But there is a maximum term of 20 years.
And can you terminate it prematurely? You know, if you don't need it to last 20 years because you've met your commitment in something less than 20 years, can you terminate the
Yes.
abatement district?
It's completely within the control of the city. As Manager Neal said, it's really reallocating your budget into something that is, you know, really outside of any levy limits that may occur. But for all practical purposes, financially, it's like a tax levy. I mean, you would include it in your annual levy. So unlike TIF, where you don't have to actually budget for it, you would still need to budget for an abatement levy. It's, as I said, outside of any levy limits that you have, but it's still something that's a part of the levy that you would submit to the county. So it doesn't show, it does show up in your if the council were to increase their levy in 3 years, and part of it was the abatement, the newspaper says the council's increasing their levy by 4%. If abatement's 1% of that, it's still, the newspaper's probably just going to still refer to it as a 4% levy increase, not a 3% levy increase for your operating fund.
All right.
So that's the downside of it, is unlike TIF, which is completely off budget, tax abatement is still within your budgeting process.
All right, so let's go back to that HRA alternative. And so did you make the calculations on the average tax impact per household at, what was that, a 300 or a median price home?
On the median single family home of
would be
$400,000
would be an impact of $1,750 in year one, roughly.
Right.
Just a shade under $20, and then odds are it would diminish over the next 4 years by virtue of a growing tax base.
Right. That's a good point, Your Honor. The impact has the potential to decrease as the value, as the levy stays the same and the tax base grows. The tax impact on the median single-family home is very likely in Edina to drop every year. That's hard to predict what the future is, but we see the direction real estate values are going in this community, and that's just the math of how that works.
One of the things that's important to remember here, I think, is that we've been talking about this for a while and looking at possible scenarios, but our residents really haven't heard about this until your memo was produced in the Friday packet and posted online. So it strikes me that it would be worth looking at this potential tax abatement district that's more focused, looking at it above, like a TIF district, looking at the increment, and giving the council time to think and absorb these other options, and then give people a chance to write in, because this wouldn't typically be a public hearing. But it would be good to have a little bit of time here to allow people to comment and for the word to kind of circulate. I know when I talk to people about it, I've got about 50-50. Some like it, some don't. And it would be good to have a little bit more public input on this, I think. And then have you come back with some information on what this might mean. I realize there's uncertainty there, but
So you've had a higher ratio than I have when I've asked about it for the last couple of weeks.
They're saying
I've got no one that wants to be taxed directly. They feel they want to choose their hospital. They don't want to pay for one without a choice. So I haven't gotten that kind of response, and I've already gotten letters based on our packet that's online for tonight's meeting about not taxing people directly. So
would council members be comfortable having staff and Mr. Ruff look at this incremental notion of a tax abatement district?
I guess I'm unclear on how that would help them with this particular request, because that's perspective going forward, isn't it?
Well, it is.
And then they have to partner on with this project and meet the criteria, and then they get a portion of the increment back in the future for future development. It doesn't address their $2 million need today.
That's how I interpret that.
My understanding is they don't have a $2 million need today. They don't need it. They would be willing to receive help over time. And if it's uncertain how much it would be each year because of the uncertainty of development in the district and increased values, I don't know if they could live with that or not. I mean, this would give, if we took a little bit of time, this would give them a chance to opine on that too.
I think we should be eliminating options tonight if that's the consensus, though, and not keeping, if people aren't favorable to the other options on the table, then let's get down to what could be considered.
Except people in our community haven't had a chance to opine on any of the potential alternatives that the city manager has placed before us. So that it might be worthwhile having a broader menu of things for people to comment on. That's, certainly we could narrow it. But
Of the four options, the only one that I think has a principle behind it is the abatement. because then properties and entities that are benefiting directly, obviously we all benefit indirectly, and as Mayor, as you pointed out, there's also some benefit back in terms of, I would imagine that some of the funding that St. Louis Park put into the support of Methodist Hospital was reconstructional. They've done a lot of major infrastructure work on Excelsior Boulevard. Well, we have been and will be doing a lot of major infrastructure work, including that bridge over 62. So in the past and going forward, there will be, and I'm not costing that out, but again, to the specific question before us this evening, the only thing that seems to me to be justifiable on a public principle basis, and I work for 50,000 people, so it's the abatement. And with a basis going forward with that increase in value, which I understand has the uncertainty, which I understand may not reach the present need, but seems to me to be rooted in principle.
I concur with that.
So one thing we could do would be to take a look at this targeted tax abatement program in terms of potential development. If, in conjunction with that, and Member Bennett and Member Sprague and others are talking about direct and indirect benefit for businesses in that area, you might also think about what kind of legislation we could look at that would be akin to a special services district, but wouldn't involve services per se. It would be a special taxing district that would tax businesses that have a direct or indirect benefit from being
Well, it would be kind
in
of
the
similar
district.
to the fact that we just put a tax on hotels so that we can have an Explore Edina program.
That's
I mean, it's
interesting.
kind of the same idea, isn't it?
Similar.
Yes.
Well, Manager Neal, I think in your memo, you talked something about, or you spoke about looking at something like Rochester uses, and I think to your point, Member Swenson, that's that destination medical. I mean, this is a destination in a number of ways, and that is one of the biggest, I think, is the medical.
No, I mean, that's an interesting point, that we authorize a tax on individuals who stayed at hotels in Edina to use that revenue for promoting our tourism business, if you will, or the hotel business and restaurant business. So,
Well, which ends up being, Your Honor, basically support of those entities in the community, which is what we're trying to talk about
Right.
here. So then again, the principle is there.
yeah. Is that sufficient direction for now? I think I'd like to have, people go out a couple weeks or
We will
a
need,
month.
Given the other items on our calendar, we'll need at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah, should we go out?
But we can
Go out
begin,
4 weeks?
We can begin working on it and see what the pace of development is.
Okay.
Okay.
They give us a chance to kind of ruminate on possible legislative action too, because I'm thinking that we might create a model here that other communities might want to think about too.
Sounds like there's a state level issue embedded here. If all
Could
of these
be.
communities are having these hospitals with thinner margins and needing some support for capital, it's a state level issue that someone needs to address.
In our healthcare system, hospitals are really on the short end of the stick when it comes to charity care because they're obligated by law to treat people whether they can pay or not. And taxpayers don't want to pay for that. Ratepayers don't want to pay for it. It's buried in all kinds of kind of subsidies in our healthcare system, and there's no doubt about it.
I have one question that in looking at the Mayo situation, part of Mayo pays property taxes and part of it doesn't. Part of it is not nonprofit. What part of Mayo isn't nonprofit? I don't know either.
I don't know. I think
And
part
that-
of
that same
Fairview
thing is
might be
true.
nonprofit. The
They might
parking
own-
ramp?
They might own office buildings or physician practice or
Physician
clinic.
practice?
The clinic, not a hospital.
Okay.
Might be a medical office building, could be a parking ramp, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I noticed we get a little bit of property tax from the hospital. Is that with respect to the parking ramps?
And the physician's building.
Yeah, they have something, you have a condo in the middle of the hospital.
Manager Neal.
The top 3 floors are owned privately by IRE.
Yeah.
So they pay taxes on it, just as they would on any commercial office space or MOB.
Do you need what we've asked you to look at in the motion for?
If you want, I think I know what you've asked for here. We're going to meet with, you've asked me and staff to meet with Mr. Ruff, our consulting partners, and also our hospital colleagues to see what we can put together in terms of a targeted tax abatement, economic development tool, and you want us to bring that back to you for a review and potential approval.
Yes, correct.
Is that, did I get it? Okay.
No, that's one thing we could do under existing law, but I'd also be interested in knowing what we could possibly do at the legislature in terms of creating a special taxing district.
Nothing this year.
No, nothing this year, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But I think it is, the generality of the question, the effect in other communities, could make it something that we could partner with our legislators and legislators from other districts as well.
So I think having this dialogue with these other communities, as you mentioned, and the challenges they're facing might cause us to come up with some ideas that might be valuable and would be acceptable from a policy standpoint. Okay.
Thanks for staying so
Yeah.
late, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not certain where this takes us. Down the road a piece. If nothing else comes of this, maybe if you do air this publicly, at least it might give us a chance to communicate to this community the value of this hospital. It's disturbing that people take this place for granted. We're going to do this anyway. We're going to build that emergency center. We're going to build the best one in the country. We'll end up figuring out a way to do the chronic care. We appreciate anything that you can do to help. So far, so good. I'm not certain where this will take us short term. I'm a little perplexed about what I do with the rest of the other cities. That I'll have to worry about. Nevertheless, we're going to build this place. It's under construction now. You'll all be welcome when we cut the ribbon. Maybe between now and then, we'll come up with some solution. Thank you.
Yeah, I just say be a little patient, and we want, I think the attitude here is we want to help. We just got to figure out how to do it. All right, we've got the parking signage change at Jerry's parking ramp issue next. Mr. Milner.
Mayor, members of the council, Chad Milner, Director of Engineering. Let's discuss the Jerry's parking ramp, some potential changes to the signage in that ramp. So the details, the ramp is located behind Jerry's Foods. It is a public city-owned ramp, but it is maintained by the businesses. There's 2 levels of parking there. There's an upper level that's uncovered. There's 105 regular spots there and 35 spots that are signed for 3-hour parking. So 25% of those, there's 3-hour parking. The mid-ramp or the covered level has 78 regular spots. 58 of those are 3-hour. So that's 43% of those are 3-hour parking spots. So the issue that was raised by one of the employees at the Jerry's parking tower is the number of 3-hour parking spots that are needed, specifically on that mid-covered level. So here's a photo of the parking ramp. There's 3 rows in the covered. So on the right-hand side of the picture is closest to the building. And the next 2 rows here are also 3-hour parking rows. You can see here they're underutilized. So some of the concerns were the commuters that use the ramp, customer parking, employee parking, the business demographics, how that's changed since the ramp was built in the 1980s, and then also enforcement by the police department. So this was a request by an employee in that area. we completed a parking study, and I'll show you the results here shortly. PD also completed a study that was right in line with what staff has seen out there. We had an April 10th meeting with those businesses to discuss many of the concerns listed above. And we also discussed commuter parking with Metro Transit. So there is no dedicated Metro Transit parking in the area. This is a public ramp, so we do know that commuters are parking there. They consider this a park and hide facility. And we did discuss enforcement with PD. So the results of that parking study show that on the mid-level, the regular parking stalls are utilized in that 80 to 90% range is what we want to see. What we'd also like to see is that 3-hour usage being about the same. So as each one of those go up, they should follow each other. And we're seeing the 3-hour highly underutilized in that mid-ramp. They're only in the 10 to 30% range. The upper ramp is following more. What we'd like to see is the trend is as both get utilized more often at the same percentage. So not seeing a lot of issues with the upper level. So considerations we looked at was how many 3-hour spots are needed or could be removed. The commuters is a concern by the businesses, and we can have potentially possible future designated spots with any redevelopment of that Grandview area. But this time there's no way to permit or keep those commuters out of that ramp. We discussed permit parking. We didn't feel it was necessary with the issue at hand because there'd be the staff time to develop the permit parking, implementation, and enforcement. So what we are recommending here tonight by council, which we developed with the businesses, is to remove one row of those 3-hour parking signs. That'd be about 17 spots would be changed from 3-hour to unregulated, and it'd be the row furthest from the building. And if we did that, we would see a change in that utilization of the 3-hour parking spots on the mid-level would go from about that 10 to 20% would increase up to 20 to 30%. So we felt there was some comments about taking 2 rows now, but we felt let's just start with 1 and see how it changes. I was pretty clear with the businesses that we may take that 1 row of 17 spots and you may see 17 more commuters in there using the facilities because we just can't control it. But they were willing to, they feel this would still be better than them walking out and seeing those facilities all empty every time they come to use that. So with that, I will take any questions.
We got an email today about someone saying we don't have 3-hour only signs at every slot, and so it's confusing. Is there a way to make that less confusing?
Yeah, there's a few, if you look at the photo on the left, there's a few poles like this where the signs are gone. They've just fallen off.
Okay.
And as I stated, it is the maintenance, the business's requirement to do the maintenance in that facility. So if they want to be clear on that parking requirements, they should
Well, the signs we take down, can we put them on the posts where they've lost signs?
I can talk with Public Works. They're willing to take those 5 down. I'm
yeah,
sure they
if
would
we're going
have
to
an
take
issue.
them off, let's at least reuse them, 1. 2, you and I had a conversation that this ramp isn't prohibited to the people that ride the bus. It is a public ramp.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, but I would prefer that everyone who ride the bus park there and not park around other places and screw up parking. So I'm in favor of it being used as a park and ride along with the building's parking. So I have no interest in posting it or as in no park and ride parking.
We employ parking only.
Yeah.
Or employee and customer or whatever.
Well, like you said, it's a public ramp, so why you'd come up with the notion that it's employee parking only
Right.
in a public ramp escapes me.
So I would move this parking signage change
I'll second.
along with if we can reuse the 3-hour signs into the empty spots.
I'll talk with Public Works, but I don't see that being an issue.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then we've got the next matter you also have is Resolution 2014-54, requesting a variance from standards for stated operation for West Olinger, from Olinger Road to Tracy.
Correct, Mayor and members of the council. Olinger Boulevard, Vernon Avenue to Tracy Avenue. We're requesting a resolution 2014-54 to request a variance from MnDOT. So it's a MnDOT state aid route. It's scheduled for pavement rehabilitation in 2014 as a mill and overlay. It's about a mile of roadway. The average width is 36 feet. This project will be funded by state aid funds. It is a primary bike route in our comprehensive plan, so it makes the bike connection between Vernon Avenue and Blake Road, where there's existing bicycle facilities, and it would connect to Tracy Avenue, where it's also a primary bike route, and that segment of road is scheduled for 2016 construction, where we're anticipating a bike lanes along there. So we felt this was an opportunity to mark one of our primary bike routes with pavement markings and signs. Here's a typical picture of the area. We have Bredesen Park on the west and the residential area on the east. Currently, they can park along that residential area, along that curb line. We did seek stakeholder input at a May 1st neighborhood meeting, and we also received quite a bit of correspondence in the form of letters and emails. A lot of the concerns were about losing that parking along the residential area. Why do we need bicycle facilities on this roadway? Why not a sidewalk? There were some discussions about crosswalks. We're going to look at warrants at a few specific intersections there with the project. And then traffic speeds and volumes were also discussed. But in general, there was support for bicycle facilities if we did not change the parking out there.
So that's basically what you proposed, right?
Correct.
Did you do a parking study?
We did, and we find that the parking is very rarely used. We see 1 to 2 cars during the week. Their concerns were during holidays, contractors. I'll get to another graphic, but some of them would have to walk quite a distance to have any parking.
So they want to retain convenience parking like on Wooddale. So you're proposing to do a Sharrow, and then they de facto it becomes a bike lane with no cars there, so they can give themselves some additional buffer.
Correct. That's my opinion. How it would
seems
be
to
used.
work pretty well on Wooddale.
I want to make sure that people know that there are minutes from the Transportation Commission meeting last Thursday on our desks. They were not in the packet. And the motion that was made by Member Nelson, seconded by Member Janovi, recommending use of consistent Sharrow markings and/or signs the entire length of the roadway and parking bay as recommended by staff, with 1 dissenting vote. But some of the conversation, I think, not knowing ADTs, so now we have them. Okay, because they didn't have them when they were discussing this last week. Because Director Milner, do you have information on what the threshold is for recommending bike lanes? I think it's higher volume traffic.
As opposed to share the road, you mean?
Well, share the road is not a bike facility, and I think that it's signage, but it's not a facility. And there's actually been a fair amount of criticism in Minneapolis. I'm not advocating for wider use of bike lanes here, because I'm reading all the list of concerns together. When I see the ADTs now, and when I hear about the road width, and then the potential for even widening the road still further, to me that will just exacerbate the speeding that may occur only at certain times of day, but would occur. I would rather see, and this was what the Transportation Commission discussed, I would rather see fewer markings rather than more, and I would especially rather not see inconsistent markings, because that's part of what we've had such pushback on around the city. At the same time, I understand this is an important part of the bike system, and I'm not sure that we have fully explored what can be done with Bredesen. I know that the Park Board just voted to make the pathway in Bredesen 2-way. So in part, I'm looking for better coordination and understanding the importance of this facility, or this route going forward. I want it to be the best possible route with the highest amount of public acceptance and the highest amount of usability. And we're also getting a lot of information about the safety of off-road facilities. So whatever use can be made of Bredesen Park, that pathway, and even possibly a change out of the sidewalk that comes up and leads toward Countryside Park, those would be things that I would really favor. Rather than having one kind of facility on one side of the street and just signage on another, and signage that appears and then disappears. And so that's my preference.
So you said the ETC recommended Cheryl's the whole way. Isn't that what you're basically recommending anyhow?
Well, I'll get through that, and I was going to mention
Yep.
the ETC, so maybe I'll finish this. I might answer some more questions that came up.
Sorry.
So
We
here's
didn't
some
mean to
more.
move ahead.
What's that?
We didn't mean to move ahead.
So here are some of the ADT values we have. So it's 15 to 1700 on the northern third of the project, 36 miles an hour for the 85th percentile speed. EDTs are a little higher down from Olinger Road down to Tracy Avenue in that 23 to 2600 vehicles per day. What we're recommending, so from Olinger Road to Vernon Avenue, there's currently no parking on either side of the street. So we have the opportunity there to put dedicated bike lanes both ways. And we feel that the bike lanes is our A-quality facility, safer for everybody. We also see that typically traffic speeds slow down when you narrow travel lanes. So we think that would address some of the speed issues that I showed you on the last slide. As we work our way south down this corridor, we're looking at doing a continuous bike lane on the west and south side of it, all the way from Vernon to Tracy, a 5-foot bike lane the entire segment, and then the Sharrows running north or on the north side, or the northbound travel lane would be Sharrows, so a 13-foot wide outside lane next to a 7-foot parking lane. That's the reason for the request for variance from MnDOT. They have their new standard as of January of 2013, as we learned in the 54th Street project, that it's 14-foot wide outside lane. So we're going for a 1-foot variance to have Sharrows up and connect to that bike lane from Olinger Road up to Vernon Avenue. So our recommendations is keep those existing parking conditions as is. 2 dedicated 5.5-foot bike lanes from Vernon to Olinger Road. Keep that 1 dedicated 5-foot bike lane all the way down to Tracy on the west and south side, and then do the Sharrow facility with a variance from MnDOT going from Tracy up to Olinger Road.
For Director Milner, Member Sprague.
So we also discussed that linkage between the multi-use trail that ends around Villa and the segment that stretches over to Colonial, because that could be another low-stress bike route. And as I understand it, that's something that you've talked about with Park Board. There may be some feasibility issues, and that's something that can be looked at in the future. Is that correct?
Correct. We looked at that connection. There's the 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail that's coming, and also Tracy Avenue, and then whatever improvements get decided here. So we'll be able to see what kind of bicycle facilities are needed potentially along that corridor. That's a pretty low volume traffic area. So right now our PAX funds are limited. Let's go to those areas where its priorities are higher versus that. But I think after all those trails and bike lanes are put in, maybe there's a need to do a multi-use trail through there. So definitely keep it on the radar. Definitely keep it on the radar and see if it's a priority that comes up in the future.
And then in terms of shared lanes, on Wooddale, we have, do we have 11, 12, and 13-foot shared lanes? Is that correct?
Correct. We have 13 feet on the west side and 12 foot on the east side next to the parking. And again, when it's empty, we see a lot of bicycles migrate closer to that parking lane, or actually in the parking lane, because it's underutilized for parking. We probably see the same thing here based on the parking study that we did for a few days. During the week, of course, we did that here.
Thanks. I'd like to move this matter.
Second it.
All right, discussion?
The thing that I see in this is that I would like to encourage use of the trail where the trail is most convenient. And I don't know, I mean, that's like 1/3 of this distance, or is it less than 1/3?
That's actually greater than that. So
Is
you
it?
will hit it just past 9 Mile Village here on the part of that graphic there. Then it heads up almost all the way to Vernon, gets real close. So we consider that park trail for different type of users versus the on-street facilities. So we think we're meeting
Well,
both
I
types of
realize
users
that.
on
I
there.
realize that there's the commuter biker who is always going to be on the street, whether there's going to be a Sharrow or a bike lane or not. They're always going to be on the street. But looking at the casual cyclists, the families, I'd like to get them off the street if possible. and encourage use of the trail, especially since that change to be a two-way trail has been already made. So
you want better access points?
I would love better access points, but there are some. You've got that. You've got one between Jeff and 61st, and then in this one, yeah, I would like better access points, because in this one you've got an access point at Vernon, then around Sherman Circle on one end of Sherman, but then not until Olinger Road meets Olinger Boulevard do you have another access point. So maybe wherever there's an intersecting road, I guess, so that people coming out of the neighborhood wanting to bike and get to that there's access to that bike trail. So that's what I would prefer. Mm-hmm. And with signage, say cyclists, please use the trail. And those who prefer to use the road will use the road with markings or not.
Yep, I think that's a very, very valid point. It's more on a local side that,
Right.
State aid wouldn't fund any of those local improvements. So I
Right.
think we put it on our radar to work with the Parks Department, and as they consider that two-way trail scenario in Bredesen Park, we can look at some of those connections
Right.
from the neighborhood.
Once you pass Villa Way and you get to what really is, I think anyway, in my experience, the busiest part of Olinger Boulevard is between Tracy and Villa Way, along the park. And so there, the Sharrows would make sense.
We're going to have to do a whole overlay of connections to the 9 Mile Creek Trail when that comes through. I mean, there's still a lot of planning to be done.
Yep.
But I don't think that's going to be part of the scope of this particular project.
I think this is the right thing to do on this by putting that bike lane on that south side that we already have no parking. I watched a family try to get out and bike the other day on their street, and you can't. So I think it's just really important that we start doing some of this, and this is the most logical connection to bike lanes we already have. So I really am supportive of what your plan is, Chad.
Member Bennett.
I don't think it serves anybody's time not to have information available when we're trying to. So the Transportation Commission had this on their agenda last week. They didn't have the volume data or the speed data. We don't see it until tonight. We don't see their minutes until tonight. And I think it's really difficult for people charged with making a recommendation to make a recommendation when they don't have all the information. And it's also tough for decision makers to make a decision or for informed opinions when they don't have it. Based on what I'm seeing tonight for the volumes and the speeds, not on the screen right now, it looks like there is a problem with speed on that roadway. And if the ultimate plan is to have parking on the street, even though it's underused, and bike lanes, that street is going to be a width that is not going to decrease the speeds. There are sightline issues with the curve, and there's a park immediately adjacent that hopefully would have better use of it made for off-road bike facilities. So I don't support going forward with this, because I think what we've been struggling with is making what seems like the best decisions, but with all these constraints. And on Wooddale, we were, dealing with the parking remaining. We don't serve the city. We don't serve the public. We don't serve the cause of increasing acceptance of biking and people wanting to bike when we don't build the best facilities that we can. And I don't think this is the best facility that we can. I think it's a halfway measure, or I don't even know if it goes halfway. It's designed to work with the configuration that exists today, but I'd like to think beyond that. And again, didn't have the information this weekend when I was working on things, or even until just now. So to me, it's not helpful to have information not available until after midnight as part of a long meeting, and I can't support this.
I did speak with an Edina police officer about cycling and about this section,
and it was his recommendation that cyclists be directed to the trail, since it's right there and goes right along the road. So
The trail's not visible for all the way around. You're gonna have, I think it's way too confusing.
There's
I'd
also,
rather do that.
there's different hierarchy, we need a hierarchy of facilities in Edina. You have different facility levels for different users. People are going to use this when they don't want to go down Tracy, because this will be a lower volume alternative. And people that aren't going to ever be on the street will find the park path, trust me, because they don't want to be on the street, because maybe they have a little kid, or they could be a totally different demographic that just is not comfortable on the street. And I see everything today in Edina. I see every possible configuration. So you got to build it all in order to meet those different comfort levels.
So what you've tried to do here is accommodate what exists today in terms of parking, and then install a bike facility, being mindful that bikes and cars are sharing the same roadway.
Correct. We have 36 feet. We have a rehab project. We're not fully reconstructing the road. If that was the case, we could definitely look at trying to expand it a couple feet. We felt we could give one dedicated bike lane the entire way. We know people have mentioned they have issues with walking up and down the street. That would give them a spot where they could potentially walk to get to the Bredesen Park trails. It's not ideal, but it's still better. And we've seen that if you narrow the right now there's no travel lanes that are marked. It's wide open, so you got about 18-foot lanes for cars to go pretty fast. You know, they're not limited. They don't feel the narrowness of having lanes, and we typically see cars slow down after we narrow those lanes. So yeah, we're trying to do the best we can with what's there, leaving the existing curbs in place and not creating a quality of life issue for the people that live there with their parking.
Right. Okay.
Can we just take
Got a motion?
Yep, you got a motion and a second.
Got a second from?
From me.
Oh, who's the motion from?
You made the
You.
motion.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. All right, we've got a motion and a second on Resolution 2014-54. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. All right. Correspondence and petitions.
Various donations.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on Resolution 2014-57, accepting various donations. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We've got a couple of donors. This reporting period to the Edina Arts Center, their names will be posted on the website. Thank you to those residents. And then we'll go to correspondence petitions. I take it everything is on the dais, that nothing has come in. And then we will go to any aviation noise update from either Manager Neal or Member Bennett.
Two quick things. After the last meeting 2 weeks ago, the NOC, Noise Oversight Committee, met the next day. On a unanimous vote, they did approve the installation of temporary noise monitoring equipment in the City of Edina and City of St. Louis Park for a 2-week period, 2 RMTs in Edina, 1 in St. Louis Park, and the specific locations will be determined by respective cities in consultation with Metropolitan Airports Commission staff.
How about the timing?
Timing, 2 weeks in the fall of 2014.
Okay.
Second,
How was that timing picked?
I think it corresponded to the bill, which we were not part of drafting. So I don't know what conversations preceded the drafting of the bill, but I think that Representative Earhart's staff, transportation staff, did speak with MAC staff, and
Okay.
and again, the bill had MAC input.
Okay.
Okay. Second thing is that the Concord Neighborhood Association is going to be sponsoring a forum on aviation noise issues with representatives from MSP Fair Skies, Councilmember Swenson, myself, and Senator Franzen here at City Hall next Tuesday at 7 o'clock. And that's open to everyone.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Member Brindle, Mayor and Council comments.
All right, I have a couple. Got a letter from a resident, Jeff Saunders, about standing water on his property, possibly due to diverted water from another source.
Manager Neal is investigating that
Just
issue.
wanted to check in on that. And then the erosion caused by the heavy rains and how it affects properties that are under construction. And just are developers, property owners required to, particularly developers, are they required to retain soil on the property, and are there penalties?
We have erosion control standards. They sometimes are violated. We pursue them, and we do have a system of penalties if there are repeated violations, but we do enforce our erosion standards protections as we can.
All right. Let's see.
Was this in regard to the problem down at the 5900 block of Ashcroft?
Well, there were some photographs sent by a few residents.
Yeah, where the developer apparently dug a trench underneath the retaining fabric, and then let the water run into the park.
Oh, yes.
Over home plate in St. John's Park, I think. Should check that. I've got some photos on that. A resident gave me Saturday at Walk with the Mayor.
Cindy was out there, and she got him to block it off.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy took care of that already.
All right. Any other topics?
A traffic safety report of the 5 auto crashes listed in the one that cuts through Valley View Road over between Southwest Edina and the community center. 3 out of the 5 crashes involved inattentive driving. So this is, I know from family member experience, this is a quick way to get over to the football field after school if you're on the football team. And I know that regardless of the age of the driver, it's a quick way to get through there. And but it's the driver inattentiveness that concerns me. You're going through a neighborhood, and kids and pets can be hurt. Could be just a matter of time. Junior Police is going on this week. Junior Police is a program of Edina Morningside Rotary and the Edina Crime Prevention Fund, visiting all the 3rd grades, so about 700 kids. And that's a great program that the police department loves to put on and uses the sponsorship of those 2 organizations to do so. Fairview Southdale Hospital was here tonight. They recently donated a defibrillator to the First John Philip Sousa Memorial Band. The band plays to about 10,000 people a year, and sometimes we are out in areas where there are no AED units, and so it's going to be nice to have that unit along with us if something should occur. We've actually had a couple events that haven't been cardiac, but we've had a couple medical things happen, and we've got an EMT as part of the band, and so he's out there doing first responder stuff. And then finally on Friday, I had the pleasure of playing in an orchestra for the commencement of the School of Nursing at the University of Minnesota, and Jessica Bowe, who graduated from Edina High School, received her diploma, her 4-year nursing degree, and of her class, she graduated with high distinction, the highest
distinction. So I thought we should shout out to her, congratulations.
Yeah, good.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Member Bennett.
Just one item, and the presentations, particularly the one about the Browndale Bridge, brought to mind that we had a, I think, recent graduate, Ben Berg, speak to us this winter about winter parking restrictions, and he wasn't advocating a lift of them, he was advocating looking at the time that they start because of the evening activities of particularly younger people, and are they being given time to safely drive home. And I don't know where that is, but I also was contacted by a resident older than Mr. Berg, a physician in the community, who had visited parking restrictions. I think she had some out-of-town visitors and found them difficult to understand and somewhat contradictory. So I'd like to make sure that they have been looked at, and if there are some, not at all advocating that we have on-street parking through the night in the winter, but if there is some clarifying that needs to be done, I can share the residents' email in terms of what was found to be confusing, and then also would like to know if what Mr. Berg requested is possible in any form.
He also requested that we go to the Minneapolis model and have snow emergency days, by the way.
I'm not advocating for that.
Okay.
All right, Member Swenson, on that note.
On that note, I have nothing.
You made your comment.
I did.
Member Sprague.
I have a feeling that there's a reason why we're number one in snow plowing, and that's probably a crucial part of it. We start early and often. I would like to request that revisions to our ordinance regarding biking on sidewalks come forward at the next meeting. It's been contemplated and discussed, and now we need to make a decision.
Do you need that in the motion, Mayor Trevino?
No, I got it.
Since we were speaking of hierarchy of biking facilities this evening, it's relevant. And then secondly, briefly, 3 years ago when they reconstructed 70th Street, it was the cusp of our policy change. We were still using sod. The sod burnt out. We changed policies to go to hydroseed, first version of hydroseed. They hydroseed over the burnt up grass, which led to a dismal result, and it has never been rehabilitated since then. And my concern is that the residents and us paid for a certain quality project in the boulevard, and we didn't get it. So I'd like to request that we try to get that corridor rehabilitated up to where it should have been originally. Just as a side note, I don't have turf in my boulevard. I live on 70th. I have daylilies. Easier to maintain. But anyway, any comments from engineering on that one?
I thought you said dandelions.
Well, yeah, it was originally sodded. It was a drought year that I believe I wasn't directly engaged with that project, but again, usually the warranty period, what we used to do on sod, you'd place the sod, do a 90-day warranty period, replace the sod, and at that time it'd be the responsibility of the residents. So a lot of that corridor doesn't have irrigation, they didn't water it, and it died, so we tried to reseed it, do hydroseeding, but we definitely have learned something about hydroseeding, so we could go forward and use our hydroseeding methods we used last year, which we're seeing very good results at. If we did that and totally removed all the topsoil, it'd be about a $25,000 number, but I don't think we have to do all the topsoil. We would test what's there, and it'd probably be fine, so we're probably talking about half of that to go in, and that's assuming we re-hydroseed everything that was done during that project. There is some areas there that did come through that aren't as bad, so definitely we could look at that.
Not many, because I drive up there.
It doesn't look good.
I'm saying, regardless of what street project we do, we should have a certain standard. I understand there's an obligation of the residents. We have to do a little educating. Also, our methods, which have been changing. And so that was just a street that got caught in transition, and I think it needs to be addressed. So I hope my colleagues can support that in some fashion.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, good. Just a quick shout out also for Representative Earhart, Senator Franzen, Representative Rosenthal. They got some good work done at the legislature for us this year with respect to the Veterans Memorial. I don't know if we've talked about that, but there's $250,000 in the bonding bill. It's going to make it possible for us to get this thing built. I think we get some matching fundraising to do yet, but that was really terrific assistance. We got the TIF designation to let us do affordable housing, and then we got some help on the aviation noise issue as well. So that's it for me.
In light of the hour, I'll try to be very brief. We will have an issue coming to you on the 54th Street project. It came in substantially overbid, so our staff recommendation is going to be to reject the bids. In the neighborhood of $1 million over. Chad?
Yep, 1.2 higher than what we expected, and we were going to have it on the council agenda tonight, but we needed a few more days to research the reasons why and some options
Include
going
the
forward.
bridge, and was the bridge built bid separately?
No, it was all bid together in one package. Yep.
What looked like the higher, I mean, was it the whole thing overall? or was
One bidder, not a very competitive bidding climate. Just to give you a heads up that that's coming to.
Okay.
We had I think by anyone's judgment, a pretty successful real estate agent forum last week. We had close to 40 real estate agents from around primarily the West Metro, but not only the West Metro. And they came to get a presentation on everything Edina, how things work here, what's coming in the future from the city, the school district, hospital. It was a pretty good presentation. We got a lot of good response to it. And finally, I don't need a response on this tonight, but we do need to figure out what you all are doing, if you're doing anything, for the 4th of July. Do you want to do a group effort? Do you want to do single effort? Do you want to give stuff away?
You just leave in town so you
all
don't
of
have to be
those
on the
kind
float.
of logistics. I just need you to think about those, and I'd like to raise it at our next at the end of the next council meeting to get your feedback on what you'd like to do. We got to make some decisions about that. That's all I got.
All right. Anything else for the city council? City council meeting's adjourned. We're convening the HRA meeting for Tuesday, May 20th, 2014. And roll call, please. Ms. Tim.
Member Bennett?
Here.
Member Brindle?
Here.
Member Sprague?
Here.
Member Swenson? Here. Mayor Hovland?
Here. We got a form of meeting agenda for the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the agenda. A discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Minutes of the HRA meeting of May 6th.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
The red lined master development agreement.
And I'll second.
All right. We got a motion and a second to approve the master redevelopment agreement with Pentagon Revival LLC by the HRA. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. HRA is adjourned.